the remainder of their life. They can also not love you so passionately too. So if you really cross a Scorpio, watch out for that sting in the tail, because you really will cop it. So happy birthday again to all the Scorpios. Now, we have Mercury, the planet of communication, is sitting in Sag at the moment. Now, Mercury feels very comfortable in Sagittarius, because Sagittarians are a bit bright and breezy and free and easy and love adventure and love to travel and, very interested in politics and religion and all the subjects we probably shouldn't talk about. Now, they'll have an opinion on something. I know, because I'm a Sag. And, and I did, when I was much younger, love to debate things like politics and religion. As I've got older, hopefully a little bit wiser, I don't tend to sort of enter into those subjects as much anymore, because everybody's entitled to their own personal opinion, and what I believe in is not necessarily what you might believe in, and neither one's right or wrong. So with Mercury in Sagittarius at the moment, it's a time where we can really explore our mind, no matter what your star sign is. Yes, of course, it really intensifies with the fire signs, which is Sagittarius, Aries, Leo, and the opposite sign of Gemini. But it's washing over all the signs that we can really start to have some really detailed, in-depth, serious conversations. If there's something that needs to be explored or looked at or talked about, or go and talk to somebody and get a different perspective, then now is the time, because Mercury here in Sagittarius allows us, or enables us, to be able to think out the square,
to create more boundaries with people, ask for more help, and reminder that no is a complete and full sentence. You don't owe an explanation to people for things if you don't energetically feel like you have that in you. So don't be afraid to say no. But it's first the house. I'm not getting a definitive answer. I do feel like there may be more than one move. So it may be like you find something temporary and then later you find something better.
Okay, because just like you said, the trust thing is not mine. And we moved in and we've been here for 2 years, but we had just like we've been through so much that my trust thing's way out.
I wish you the best of luck, Penny. Thank you so much for calling tonight, and have a happy new year.
You too.
Thank you. Up next, we have Selena in Winsboro, Texas.
Yes, ma'am.
Did I say your name right?
Yes, you did.
Happy New Year. How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I am doing well. Super excited for all the things that are to come. And tonight, Selena, I am doing just some basic card pulls on like the messages for whoever's calling in for 2025. Are you good with that?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. So let's just see what's in store for you. Spirits tell me to pull 5 cards for you tonight. So let's see. I'm just shuffling over here. Oh, the first one you got, Sacred Well, replenishment, self-care, giving from a place of plenty. Giving from a place of plenty. So the message for you around this for coming up for 2025 is to really take a deep dive of being intentional with your self-care. So can you work to fill up your cup and give from your overflow? So often we are giving to everyone else, forgetting about ourselves, or we give to them, and then we think we'll just get what's left, and often there's nothing left. So Spirit's just like, time to fill your cup. So make sure that your self-care is a priority for 2025. It will help you balance your energy and manage your stress as well.
Okay.
The next card you have is Bounteous. So generously given, relationships coming together. So there is definitely going to be more unity coming in. I'm also seeing maybe some new friendships coming in. Spirit's also saying to gather your tribe of people. So if there are maybe new things you're wanting to experience, or maybe you're ready to make some new friends, or maybe that feels scary, but like you feel that urge to do that, then this would be the opportunity this year to do that. There is this invitation to call in your tribe of people that you feel most aligned with. And I'm being told have more fun, more fun and more play. The next card you have is Immerse Yourself, training, learning new hobbies and passions. So It seems like the 2025 year really, Salida, is going to be around yourself. So immersing yourself in things that you find interest in. So if there's something you want to learn, if there's maybe you're interested in expanding your psychic abilities and you want a teacher, maybe you're interested in a yoga class or doing something that just makes your heart light up, this is your opportunity and your time to say yes to yourself and go explore what that looks like for you. Did you buy a car recently, or have you been thinking about it?
Thinking about it.
I'm being told it's a yes. Go for it.
Okay.
I just saw like a new car.
Right. Interesting.
Oh, you got the rainbow. This is a really, really great card in this deck and a really powerful card. So it's sweet relief, new beginnings, a new way forward. So 2025, I'm seeing new doors open, new opportunities for you. So things that feel fun, things that you just feel called to, start walking through those doors of opportunity, because you're going to start really discovering what you want, what you don't want. And the only way to figure out what you really like or don't is to experience it first. So if it's a no, you'll feel it. If it's a yes, you'll feel that too. Follow your gut feelings and your intuition. That's another big message for 2025. But you definitely have some new opportunities coming your way for this year.
Awesome.
And you have the plunge card. I love this. I love all these cards for you. So the plunge card says, don't hold back. It's time. Go for it. Dive in. So just validation to all the things that I said to you. This is your time. They're saying make this the year of Salida. Make this all about you. So there is some type of invitation here about really self-care, self-love, nurturing yourself, finding the things that light up your heart, and really doing the things that make you happy. How does that feel?
Oh, that's amazing. I would like to say it's about time.
It's about time. I'm hearing that too. I'm actually hearing your guide say, like, it is about time. It is time to make this the year of Salida and go get that new car, is what they're telling me.
Okay.
Yes, they're just saying do the things that light you up. So do you have any specific questions for 2025 that you would like to know?
Work-wise, can you see anything about that? Career-wise, job-wise?
I am seeing a shift or change somewhere around April or May.
Okay.
Have you been thinking about a new job?
Well, I haven't lived in Winsboro all that long, and I've been having a struggle trying to find work because I'm just not from here. And this is one of those, if you're not from here, you're going to have a hard time. So it's been a struggle, but I'm thinking it's going to get better. It has to.
Yeah, I'm actually hearing the old TV show. I think it's the Jeffersons. I'm moving on up. That's
right.
You know that old theme song from that TV show? That's what's playing. So,
I do. I sure do.
Does that show mean anything to you?
No, my sister and I used to sing it a lot.
Yeah. Okay. So something that you used to do with her. I figured it was connected to you somewhere. So I'm just hearing like there's going to be some shifts and changes. It looks like something around April or May, but be clear in what you want to call in, and also remove your limiting belief that if you're not from there, you can't find it, because you're a deliberate creator. So start creating an affirmation that says, oh, everyone is attracted to my energy and wants to hire me.
Right.
Right. All right, Salida, thank you so much for calling tonight. I'm super grateful to have had you here. I wish you all the best for 2025. Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night. Bye. Oh my goodness. Well, thank you guys so much. This is a wrap for tonight's episode of Welcome Your Woo. I hope that you've had fun nestling in with me this evening, and I hope that you return for more of this next week, where I will continue talking all of the things. I love doing these readings. I love having all of you here. Make sure that you come back next week. We are here every Wednesday night at 9 p.m. Central. If you would like to stay connected, you can follow me on Facebook and Instagram for daily inspiration and updates. So that's my Facebook group, Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane, easy to find, or you can also find me at sarahjanepatton.com. All right, you guys, as always, remember to stay open, trust the journey, and welcome your woo. I'll see you next week.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hi. Well, Happy New Year. I hope that you all enjoyed the holidays, had a wonderful Christmas, met up with family, got together with good friends, and had a generally great time. That's what we want to see. So what does 2025 bring for us all? Well, I'm here to have a look. I'll have a look in your cards, into your life, into your crystal ball. I also will be making a few cosmic wishes here as well. I've got my candle that I'll be using as a magic candle, really just to get some cosmic orders going here for you. And of course, I will also be using my crystal ball. I always use a crystal This one here is a honey crystal. It's got citrine in it, as well as quartz. It's a rock quartz crystal, and it is from precious mines that are all the way from Ukraine. So this is a very special crystal ball for the new year because it brings in prosperity. Citrine will always bring abundance to us. So this is the crystal that I will be using throughout today's show. So thank you for calling in, and I hope to be reading for you very soon. You can also, if you don't get through today, you can also go to my website, which is gracedestiny.com. You will see me on Facebook. That's Eleanor Grace Psychic Destiny. And you will also see me on TikTok, Eleanor Grace Destiny and Eleanor Grace Psychic. So just put in Eleanor Grace and you'll find me. I will be there. But you can pre-book a reading as well. So hello to Phyllis in Baltimore, Maryland. Hello to you, Phyllis. A good day to you. How are you doing? How are you today?
Fine, and how are you?
Yeah, really well. Had a wonderful Christmas break. I hope you did too. So I'm now going to have a look into your cards and also into your crystal ball here, Phyllis. Now, what I'm connecting through to you straight away is an abundance of opportunity that is going to be around you very soon. I feel as though you've got a few steps to take. These are baby steps as well. So I just want you to take 1, 2, 3, 4 steps. So they always will represent timescales for me when I see somebody taking steps. So I'm going to say to you, no later than April, because that's the 4th month of the year. But I do think this is much quicker than that. So in the next 4 days and the next 4 weeks, you will be seeing some amazing opportunities be presented to you. But also it's like a mirror image here, Phyllis. It's like you're just seeing things develop in the way that you want them to, because this has been the plan all along. So I think that you have had lots of different ideas, different plans in the past, but you just haven't been able to get there. This is your year. This is the time that you will be getting there. Now, the first card that I've got here, that you're throwing away bad omens, bad times, difficult times that have been in the past. So I feel that, deception has been around you in the past, that you haven't been able to trust the people who have actually been quite close to you. And that, I think, is a real problem, isn't it? When we can't absolutely trust those that we're surrounded by. And you're going to be looking at your world. So future prosperity will also include plans for travel, and you'll be traveling quite significant journeys, and these will be over water, so they'll probably go overseas for you. And you're exploring as well, Phyllis. You're going to be taking on a role of wanting to find out. You're very curious at the moment, curious about yourself and about the world. And I feel that yourself in particular, I've got this psychic connection. That was my next card. The High Priestess I've just drawn for you. Are you psychic? Do you actually practice as a psychic practitioner at all, Phyllis?
Yes.
You do? Okay. A little bit, because the High Priestess is here, and that will always tell me all about you. And I think that this is developing more and more. So you're saying a little bit. This is something that could, really gather pace during 2025, but you will have to, I think, cross into new territory. Now, geographically, that's possible, because I do see the travel that is here. I do see you being able to grab a plane and, just make some journeys happen. But it's more about spatial travel as well, and that will involve the transcendence, won't it, of psychic ability, connecting to other people across the world. Doesn't really matter what the geographical barriers are. But I've also got the written word here. I want to write. It's handwriting as well, so I'm writing here with my hand. Is that something that you do? Do you write from spirit as you're receiving information? Do you write that down? Have you tried that, Phyllis?
No.
You'll be doing that. you will be. I can see you doing it. But just on that theme of writing, have you written down a diary, something that you want to share with the world, your ideas or experiences? That's what I have. So writing is going to be quite a big part of your future as well. Some very pleasant surprises that are here. They're hidden ones. So I think that this is a hidden talent of yours. Would you agree with that? Do you find that this is something that you really would like to do more and more, but perhaps haven't had the confidence to do it? Is that something that you would do, Phyllis?
I'm not writing, but maybe I was trying to look into my ancestry, and I wanted to write some things down about that.
It's sort of like creating a dialogue of history, really, going back to your historical roots, perhaps. But your writing, it is an analogue. It is something that you're going to be very descriptive about. And it is about you, of course. So, yes, I can see that would fit. That would fit in. I don't see it being dramatic or a drama, but I do see it connecting across the world. And I feel that will be something that you're really digging into, you're very interested in, but it's a psychic connection as well. So ancestors will come from across the world. Be prepared for that, because then they're not just in your state, in your country where you are. They're coming from all over, but you will be going back quite a long way too. I do have a man here, male in spirit, with you today. I'm just going to get my candle as well, because when I've got that spirit connection, I always like to share this candle flame and really show that connection as well. The crystal ball here for you, and I feel that this is an important time. I think that you will be connecting as well in a very special way to some loved ones, perhaps people that you haven't seen for a long time. I'm looking here right into the center of the crystal, and the crystal does show a platform. It's like a springboard or a diving board even. So I think that you will be taking a leap of faith, Phyllis, and that this is something you've got to do. But there is another person that you're connecting to as well. And this is surrounding your work with psychic connections and mediumship. So there is a person that you're either working closely with or you want to see, and it's enlightening for you. So I feel that this is really quite significant at this time. I'm just looking now at the candle flame. I always do this when we want to connect to spirit. I do have the man that's here. He's looking down, wanting to say a lot to you. So I think he's been passed over some time. This would be a family member, though, a father or grandfather. It's not another connection, not a lover or a husband or a brother or a friend even. This would be a person who is related in a blood relation to you. I've got bicycles all around, somebody who like to keep fit and like to be on bicycles, and a person that I think is very genuine in his heart, in his mind, has a lot to say. And I think you do. I think you do, Phyllis. You've got a great deal to say, I think, about the spirit world. And I think that's what you are going to write about. Your experiences are very powerful here. And I think that these will be shown as well in time. So I feel that where you are at is really at a crossroads. You're at a turning point now, and you need to be careful as to exactly the path that you choose. So I'm going to ask you, Phyllis, do you recognize the man? What is it about the bicycles? So I'm seeing lots of them, sort of people in bicycles, perhaps in a race, racing bikes. Does that mean anything to you, or historically, has that meant anything to you?
No.
Not at all? No?
No.
Okay. You're not riding a bike then? No?
No, ma'am.
No, neither am I. I have to say that. Neither am I. Well, I'm going to leave that there because there's lots of them. So there will be for someone else, not for you. But that spirit message about the bicycles is for someone else. Sometimes we get hijacked, because there's so many many spirits, souls in spirit that come through on a mediumship platform when I'm here. G, the initial of G, I do want to give you that as well. And just to finish on our reading today. So do you have a man with the initial G around you, Phyllis?
Is that D, like in dog?
No, it's not. It's G, as in George.
G.
Yeah, as in George. Okay, well, George and the bicycles may well be for my next caller, but the man in spirit, father or grandfather, is blowing kisses to you. So I don't feel that you're alone here. But I'm going to wish you a very happy new year. Good luck with the ancestry and with the writing, and good luck with everything that you want to achieve during 2025. All the best to you. Thank you for joining us. So I'm now with my next caller. This is Christine, who I feel is, I understand, is from Hawaii. Hello there. Christine, are you on the line? You're through to Eleanor Grace.
Aloha. Yes, I am, Eleanor. Thank you.
Okay. Lovely to meet you. Lovely to speak to you here today as well. We've just been speaking to Phyllis, and she's a psychic connection person herself. So we had the High Priestess come through for her, which showed us all that she's working and practicing in the psychic world. With you, however, you have a different focus, a different energy altogether here, Christine. And I've got the Ace of Swords that is here for you. This is quite a dynamic force, I have to say. This is you taking control. That's what you're going to be doing. And you're doing it this January. It's the first month of the year, and you've got the number 1 in the Ace. Now, this is a point of destiny. So what is for you, you're never going to miss. You just won't. And I think that you're busy. There's lots of things happening here for you. Here's my honey crystal ball. Looking into this now for you, Christine. Lots of winds and hurricanes. I know that that's the time of year, but I do have a very windy picture here in the crystal. So, because I've got forest trees that are literally being blown over and flattened in some areas. So perhaps that's local to you, but it is usually an historic picture that I see in the crystal when it's to do with landmass, when it's to do with geography. So this will be a historic situation. Does that mean anything to you, Christine, where I've got this sort of forest and the wind being, and hurricanes, that sort of being so strong? I'm in London, in England. We don't get hurricanes and things like that. So we just don't. So I'm not used to seeing it. So I want to ask that question first of all. Is that something that you've been in the middle of in the past?
In the past, yes. I actually lived in Florida and actually lost my home to a hurricane about 2.5 years ago.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to hear it. That's why I have the hurricane, the winds, the flattened trees. That's what I'm seeing here. But you were saved. I mean, you're safe. That's what's important.
I was actually in Hawaii. I was in Hawaii when it happened to the home in Florida. So I decided to stay here. So it got me to stay in Hawaii.
Well, maybe that was a sign. I think that the sign was perfect and that you're in the right place and you're safe where you are as well. And that's the message that I'm seeing here from Spirit, and something that's in your crystal that shows me this historic picture. And yet, you know, you are placed now somewhere that you would always want to be. I see a man next to you. He's here in the crystal, a very warm person, loving, holding you, being very protective of you, wanting to heal you as well. So you haven't been very well, have you? There's been some low,
and it's changing, yes.
Yeah, there's been low energy. That's how I was just sort of like, if we could see the cup full and then suddenly it's come down, that's where I've got you placed. But it's being filled up again. And the reason for that is this one man who's lovely. You know, I have to say that to you. Is he in your life right now? Because if he isn't, then,
No.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I felt that. We might have a little time capsule here that we've got to look at. And, I want to reassure you and absolutely say to you, here he is. And I can see him. Here's you right in the centre. And we've got all those flattened, horrible forestries. That's your past. So this is over this side. And then we go into the centre. This is present where you are now. And then over this side here, I'm looking very powerfully at the man who's standing by your side. And he will be there and stay there. So you're not going to lose him. He's not coming in once and then going. This is a permanent picture, a person that I think will stay by your side. I want to go to Paul. I'm going to give you that name. Does that mean anything to you in the past? If not, then I'm pleased because I want to look at the future trajectory here in the crystal.
The only Paul that I know is my grandfather, my mom's dad that passed.
So he is in spirit then, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's got to be him then that has come through, wants to blow a kiss or two to you.
Oh, okay.
And they're purple. Why are they purple? I don't know why they're purple, but I've got this a bit like an emoji, but it's like a purple. I mean, he wouldn't know about emojis, but I do have kisses, and they are kisses, and they're in purple, a bit like purple rain coming down. So I'm going to give you the colour of purple. It's a royal colour, and it is the indigo, isn't it? It's that all sense of psychic connections, and all of our aura is indigo and purple when it's complete. So I feel that that's what you are being given, and it's a sign of true love as well that I feel is being brought to you. You deserve this, Don't feel that you don't. Don't feel as though you can't be loved again, because you need it. You need to have those arms wrapped around you. I think with you, Christine, that you don't actually function as well as a person unless you feel loved and unless you are loving someone else. So I think that it's a two-way street with you, and you have to be emotionally connected and stable in order for you to be able to live and function and be. So that is very important. And remember, we did take here the Ace of Swords. Now, the Ace of Swords in the tarot, lots of people know what it means, but for you, it's about the number one because it's the ace. It's a point of destiny. All my aces, whenever I draw them in a deck of cards, I will say to you, this is something that you're not going to miss. You will always be at this point when you are about to launch into a new phase in your life. Now, the phase in your life is going to be with regard to the man that I've seen who holds you and cherishes you and hugs you. And those are the kisses that are coming from your grandfather, Paul. This is the Hermit. Now, the Hermit is you. This is how you are at the moment. Very much a very wise person, wise woman, but you are looking for that light. See here? You're holding out the lamp. You want to see where to go. I'm telling you, this is fantastic. This is your Three of Cups here. This is your card. It's a card of marriage. It's a card of love and celebration. It's also about a birthday. So when's your birthday, Christine?
August 14th.
Okay. It's by then, by August 14th, that you will be in this relationship. It's coming in much quicker than that. By August, by your birthday, I feel that you'll be celebrated, you'll be grounded, that the relationship will have been established for a long period of time, and you're putting down roots, you're making plans. And those are plans that are going to stay with you for the rest of your life. This is a long-term progression, a long-term situation. And you're not going to regret it, not any of it, not any piece of it, because love is coming into your life. Let me see what the next card is. Happy home. So you may be quite happy with your home as it is at the moment, but there's another one that is here. So I think this is a home that you're making together, because it's more about the garlands of celebration, and there's more than the two people in this home as well. So you will be bringing in offspring or relatives that are welcome here to you. Do you have two children? Do you, Christine?
I have no children.
He will have two. There's two children. I don't feel that you'll be that there will be small children. They're older, but you will be having the experience of motherhood. It's part of the plan. It's part of the plan that you perhaps wanted for you, but was never going to come into play until much later in your life. And this is the time, and this is the home, and this is the love that you're going to feel. But it's a home with children, but they are older, teenagers or even older than that, and they belong to your partner. But there is also love and joy that is being celebrated through your partner, because there's smaller children to come, so grandchildren and little patter. I've got patters of feet. You will be holding a young child in your arms, sort of a 2-year-old, 18-month 2-year-old. I can see that. I can see him, it's a boy, in your arms. So there's many, many moons of love and joy, pure joy for you to experience. That's coming in now. It's starting now. This is a turning point for you. Christine, have you had a sore throat? Has this been a problem?
It's irritation, like mucus. It's not sore, but there's mucus. Yeah.
Okay. There's going to be something like a minor operation or ultrasound or something here with your voice, with your throat here. Nothing serious. I mean, we're not talking about cancer or anything like that. There's nothing degenerative, but there is something that is going to soothe this. So I'm being mindful of your voice and this area all around your neck and your throat. But you're overcoming this. It's an obstacle that you'll overcome. Who is Nancy? Do you have a Nancy around you in your family at all?
No.
Watch for that name, would you? Because Nancy just seems to be either a neighbour or perhaps a relative, someone who's passed into spirit, connected to the new man in your life. Because I do have Nancy with me, wanting to speak, wanting to say hello. Not connected at all to your grandfather, comes from a different space altogether, but nevertheless a part of your journey, a part of where you are going to in the very near future. So you have a lot to celebrate this new year, 2025. And I feel that, where you are in your life, it's about taking that leap of faith and clearing your mind of any past disappointments, difficulties, any other relationships that, have muddled your mind, stayed in your heart. It clears your mind. And I want you to just relax and think about someone new coming in, walking towards you, holding out a hand to take yours and to feel very close together, and to have that sense of love that I think is certainly wanted so much from you. And you're surrounded by you're surrounded by good fortune, and I think you just have to pick it up, so perhaps practice that, sort of pick up a flower, a penny, a stone, anything, but pick something up every day. Because every time you pick something up, not from the floor, but just picking something up, that's going to give you a little bit of extra good vibration, good fortune, and that's coming into your life so solidly. Do you have a sister, Christine? I want to ask you.
I have a sister. Yes, I do. One sister.
Does she?
That's a lot.
Yeah. One that's in spirit. Yeah.
One
You've got a sister that's alive that is living near you, yeah?
No, she lives in New York. I live in Hawaii.
Okay. Do you have a sister that's in spirit?
Yes.
Okay, all right. That's who I wanted to go to, because I was looking for that spirit connection, and this lady appeared and the word sister came. Your sister in New York, I feel that there's some problems that she's going to encounter, not unsurmountable. They are organizational or, financial or management, sort of getting her life resettled, reorganized. So there's a lot that she's got to do. You'll hear about it towards the end of February. But your sister, who is in spirit, is bringing love to you. And this great big ball, it's like a golden ball that I want to throw to you. Perhaps it's this one, perhaps it's this crystal ball. So I'm going to blow on this and blow lots of wishes to you from your sister who is in spirit. What's her name? Susan, this is from Susan to you, Christine. Happy New Year. And Happy New Year to everyone that's joined us today. I'll see you again next week. And I've been Eleanor Grace.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darling. This is Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic, and you're you, which is the best thing you can be. Happy New Year. I hope you had a lovely New Year's Eve. I am still in my jammies, not because I got crazy, but because I stayed in my jammies all day, because why not? And so today's show, I'm going to do two unusual things. I'm going to go sort of through predictions for this next year, but they're not going to be scary and they're not going to be political because this isn't a political show. But they are going to be, I think, accurate. And the second thing is, and I think you'll get a kick out of this, I am usually at the end of the year, I have a little ritual. I scoot out all my old tarot cards and I order new ones. And they haven't arrived yet. So what I'm going to do for the Psychic Tarot weather today is I'm going to use these. I'm aside from being a singer, songwriter, and psychic and comedy writer, I also do epoxy resin art. So I just done a whole little hand painted, very teeny tiny. Can you see that? Teeny tiny tarot cards. It's less than an inch high. So we're going to use those for today's reading. So my predictions are actually pretty brief. I was listening to all the other psychics' predictions, and there was a lot of doom and gloom. And I love my fellow seers. They're usually kind, lovely, as impractical as it's possible to get. Hey, Craig, I love that name. It means man of stone. I'll be with you in a couple minutes. Just going to finish these things. Craig, can you hang out? Sure. While you're waiting? Can you do me a favor and take a deep breath in? And then another on top of it, and then blow out like this. I know, it's a little goofy. But what that does, keep doing that. What that does is relaxes your vagus nerve. Not your vagus nerve, which is where say it with me, you wake up in a hotel room in a Nevada city with 3 dead sex workers, 25,000 liquor bottles empty, and 10 years of your life missing. But enough about my personal life. Anyway, so my predictions for this year is things are going to be a lot better than we think. Some of us have been worried about possibilities of, I don't know, democracy ending in America and that sort of thing. That old thing. But I think that we're going to be very protected, is what I think. I think also, this is a 9-year, and it's a numerology thing. And a 9-year is a year of sort of endings and then beginnings. And I don't mean endings in a bad way. What I mean is a lot of old stuff in our society that doesn't work for us is going to kind of just close down and shuffle off in the night. A lot of people are going to be becoming both more spiritual, and I don't mean in a woo-woo kind of way. I just mean accepting that perhaps there's a higher power, or that perhaps it's safe to breathe quietly for 10 minutes a day and just get in touch with your inner self. Or you can worship Kermit the Frog, whatever works for you. But it's going to be a very spiritual year. And this is kind of crazy, but I actually do. I've seen a lot of UFOs in my life. It wasn't my fault. I wasn't looking. I didn't believe in them. Kind of like the rest of all of my psychic experiences. But I have a weird feeling that there's going to be some sort of official confirmation that we're not alone. And I think like in 5 years, we'll have aliens like door dashing for us. But anyway, so also my predictions for each of us is that we're all going to be taking a couple of steps further up in our frequencies. I found it sounded like Elmer Fudd. Frequency. It's duck season. It's rabbit season. Sorry, Bugs Bunny reference. Okay. But I do think that this is going to be a year in which a lot of us reach a lot more of our potential faster than we ever thought possible. And so I know everybody's been a little worried about like doom and gloom, and I'm not seeing Third World War. I'm really not seeing anything except we're going to be okay. And each of us is going to do a lot better than we've done for the last few years, personally. That's it. Okay, I'm just going to do the psychic weather. Craig, hang on a couple more minutes there. Bless you, my darling. I get the feeling you're quite handsome, so stick around. Okay, our first card is this little tiny tarot thing. Can you see that? It's a little tiny thing. It's the Wheel of Fortune, which means that as the new year begins, some situation in which you've been very stuck is suddenly going to unstick itself, and I think resolve itself in your favor. I love saying that. I didn't even mean to say that. That's just what came out. Sometimes that happens. The second one is the Emperor card, which means a father. Can you see that? They're cute, right? I made them for earrings. A father or a father figure is going to be having some sort of influence on you in the next week. If you no longer have a father, it could be like me, an older brother, or a friend who's like a brother, who's maybe a little older. I'm looking at you, Richard, or my housemate who's coming soon. But or you might be having a heart-to-heart with your own dad. So, but it's a very positive card. And then the last card. Okay, ready? It's tiny. It's the Star card. Here you go. They're very cute, I think. I sell these, so let me know if you want one. And the Star card, the image, if you can't see it because it's 3/4 of an inch high, is of a woman she's naked, and she's pouring water on the ground and into a pool, like a little lake. And what that means is your star quality is going to be sort of noticed by people this week. You're going to be very nourishing for those around you. Either physically, you're going to be like giving them cake and stuff, I don't know, or emotionally, you might be a source of comfort to your friends and family this week. You might also have a bit of an artistic breakthrough. So that's what I'm getting for this week. Yay! Okay, Craig, are you still there? Are you still alive? Talk to me.
I'm still here, yes.
Hi, sweetie. Yay. Okay, I like to connect to people through their birthdays. So tell me when your birthday is, please.
My birthday is November 23rd.
Oh, you little Sagittarius here. How nice.
Pardon?
We love
pardon
this. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay. Great. You said November 23rd, right?
Yes.
Great. That makes you a Sagittarius, and we love those. Usually kind of idealistic, love to travel, great companions, really good conversationalists, and I just love Sagittarius. So how can I help you, my love?
My daughter passed away. I was just wondering if she has any messages for us or
God,
anything.
I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so terribly sorry. It's the worst thing I can imagine. What was her first name?
Her first name was Alyssa.
Beautiful. And can you tell me her birthday?
June 14th.
I'm sorry, say that again?
June 14th.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Was she, I might be wrong about this, was she about 23? How old was she? I'm having a hard time getting her age, forgive me.
She would have been 26.
20, okay. Sorry, I was off by a couple of years. Oh, honey, she's lovely. Hey. Did she call you something like Pop occasionally or something? Did she have like a pet dad name for you? Like I called my dad Dad, really. But occasionally I'd call him Pops because you annoyed him. Okay. Hey, Pops. Oh, she's lovely.
She might have called me.
Okay, that's all right.
She did call me Pop sometimes, yes.
Okay. It's not that usual. So that's what I was hearing. Just occasionally. I mean, she called you Dad most of the time. Mm-hmm. Oh, she's lovely. I am so sorry, but she's in a really good place. I'm looking to the left because that's where I'm seeing her. Hold on. Does she have one or two brothers?
No, she has no brothers, no.
Oh, that's interesting. That's funny. Because I'm getting her asking about two kind of male kids. I'm sorry, I don't know what that's about. Hold on. She's very pretty. Well, I mean, she loves you, and I don't know why she's doing this, but she's apologizing for she didn't mean to leave so early, and she knows that you and her mother are heartbroken. And what she wants you to know is, oh, that's interesting. I've never really said this on air before. She's with you when you go to church. Was that something you guys did together?
We've never gone to church, no.
Never been to church? Okay, sorry.
No.
All right, let me recalibrate here. Hold on. I'm usually very good at this, but hold on a sec. She's very spiritual, though. I don't know if she's church spiritual, but she's very spiritual. She's beautiful eyes. Did she have kind of blue eyes and a dimple here?
No, her eyes were kind of more of a hazel color.
More of a what?
Hazel, kind of bluey green.
Hazel. Okay, I'm sorry. They're lighter than brown. That's all I saw.
Yeah.
Oh God. Okay. Sorry, she's not coming through very clearly. Can you give me one more minute and tell me her name one more time?
Alyssa.
Oh, it's beautiful. I love that name. Alyssa, Hi, darling. There you are. Oh, she's got tiger eyes like my sister. Hazel. Yes. When did she pass? I'm sorry, we're having a little trouble communicating, which is not very usual for me, but I have to be honest if that's what's happening.
It would be 3 years this March.
Yeah. What's she doing?
Or May 22nd. It'd be 3 years in May.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. Do you mind if I ask, was it about, this is, I think, was this very sudden? It feels,
yeah.
I'm not sure why we're having trouble connecting. I usually don't. But in this case, and I can see her, but I'm having trouble hearing what she's saying or trusting it. Give me a second here. Alyssa, Alyssa. Was her middle name Rose or something to do with the flower?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time. She's holding a flower. She's pointing at me, so she wants me to tell you something. I'm just having a hard time hearing it. But give me one more minute. This has never happened to me on air before, so give me a second. Come on, darling. What is the rose for? Did she pass in a place where people leave flowers? Why is she showing me flowers? I'm sorry, dear. This has never happened to me before. I can feel her. I can sense the enormous love she has for her. We're just having a hard time communicating. I'll tell you what. Contact me privately on Facebook. I'm Perry Lyons, PeriLyons. And I'm sorry if this was an exact science, but this never happened to me on air before, and I can do nothing but apologize. I'm sorry. I get a huge amount of love from her. I get that she passed suddenly, but the rest, we're just having trouble connecting. Forgive me.
Okay, so where did you want me to contact
next week?
you?
After we hang up, I'm going to meditate. Or else get in touch with me on Facebook, Perry, P-E-R-I, Lyons. And I'll try again for you. It's very unusual, and I can just apologize. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Okay, no problem. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, love. Oh, dear. Okay. Well, that's never happened to me before. But the thing is, she's here, and I can see her. I just can't hear what she's saying. Anyway, if you watch the show a lot, you know this is a first, and I hope I don't disappoint you. Okay. It's funny because when I first started being able to talk to people who'd passed, it was a big surprise. And I have a funny story. I'm sitting on a fur coat, by the way, as we speak. It was my neighbor's grandmother's fur coat. And Mariah, I'll be right with you. I just want to tell you this story really quickly. I was friends with a singer named Courtney Love for years and years. I don't do drugs. We're Buddhist. We're meditation friends. And very close. I loved her. And I took care of her when she was sick one time. She had the flu, and I moved in and just, poured chicken soup all over her. And as a thank you, when I was leaving, she said, I have something for you. And she handed me one of her husband's fur coats, a guy named Kurt Cobain. He was in a band called Nirvana. And if you're my age, you know this, but some of you young'uns might not know. So it was very, very cold in New York that winter. And I was wearing my little chubby silver mink coat, which had been Kurt Cobain's. And walking through the subway station, it's very, very crowded. But somebody behind me was yelling, "Stop, you murderer, you're a terrible person." So I looked around and he was pointing at me. And I'm like, she was shouting, "You're a murderer." And first I was like, how did he know? And then I was like, you didn't murder anybody. Hold on. So I turned to him and said, what's your problem? He said, you're wearing fur. And I was so thrown off because it was so that I blurted out, but this was Kurt Cobain's coat. And he went, oh my God, really? Can I touch it? And I'm like, don't we have flexible ethics? Anyway, hi, Mariah. Thanks for hanging out and coming back. How can I help you, my love?
Hi.
Are you there, Dawn? So,
hello?
I'm having a hard time hearing you, but I can read the captions. Hello.
Okay.
So tell me when your birthday is. I like to connect to people through their birthdays.
September 13th.
Oh, Virgos. As I always say, it's the most misunderstood sign. People think that you're about being like having OCD and being very over neat and critical. Not it at all. You guys are in a constant quest for purity and for bringing your ideals down onto the earth plane in a practical way that helps people. I love Virgos.
Yes.
All right, my love. What's your question?
I don't really have questions, just like a reading. Wanted a reading.
Okay. All right, let me see. What have I got for you? Oh, you're nice. You're a nice person. Are you the person everybody calls and tells their problems to? Does anybody ever ask you how you are?
Not really, but I'm the one they call, yeah.
Yeah. You are the one everybody calls. Damn, girl, if you've ever thought about going back to school, you'd be a great therapist. And I mean great. Interesting. You're kind, but you can be very straightforward with people. You're not always, I tell people that I'm kind, but I'm not that nice because I'm a little blunt sometimes. So, and I think you tend to be kind of the truth teller in any group and in your family. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You occasionally get into trouble for that, but it's worth it.
Yeah.
You'd also be good. Funny. I mean, this is not very exciting. You can make a lot of money at it. I think you're very good with numbers. Is that correct? I mean, you have creativity as well, but being good at numbers is a form of creativity. Are you good at them?
Kind of. Kind of. I don't know.
It's going to sound strange, but I think you have a talent for either accountancy or bookkeeping or something like that. You can make a lot of money doing that.
Really?
I don't know. It's just the way you think. You're good at reality. It's a huge compliment. Most people aren't.
Okay.
How old are you? Do you mind me asking?
18.
Are you there? Sorry, speak up a tiny bit. I can't hear you.
18.
All right, here's what I'm going to say.
Can you hear me?
Here's somebody, you're very monogamous. Oh, 18. Okay. So, all right. So you're about to go to college or figure out what you're doing with your life.
Exactly. Yeah.
Some suggestions I have are, you're happier with money than without, pretty much like everybody else on the planet. But you're very good at having money. And I think you've got like kind of a really prosperous life ahead of you. What I would do is do something solid. If you go to college, economics, accounting, bookkeeping, they don't sound glamorous, but listen, something that doesn't sound glamorous but gets you like a boat and a Mercedes and all that stuff, that's pretty glamorous. As somebody who's had a very glamorous life without a ton of moolah, I'm going to say, go for something stable and something where you can help people. You'd make a terrific therapist. You'd make, as I said, you'd be very good in business. I think your creativity extends to being like, if we were friends, which I feel we are, you're somebody I would ask to like help me decorate my house. You got a very good sense of color and design.
Yes.
So you could be an interior designer.
Definitely.
That's something else because that actually is a lot of numbers. One of my clients, Lynn, a brilliant interior designer, but she also has to deal with things like, what size are the plumbing pipes and where to, all that stuff. So those are the three things that I'm going to say stand out for you. I think you're a monogamous person. I'm not sure if you're in a relationship right now. I'm not sure. Hold on a second. My guides are saying something else. Are you in a relationship? Was there somebody you knew from like high school or the last couple of years? Are you with them or did you just break up?
I guess I'm not with anybody right now, but like I'm talking to someone.
Okay. I think you were with somebody before. What I'm getting is that you're very monogamous. You're not somebody.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say, you don't sleep around. What I'm trying to say tactically,
no.
And I'm not good at tact. So you're going to meet somebody when you're about 19. It's a long way to wait. I know it's almost a year, but
yeah.
When you're 19 is when I see somebody coming into your life, and I think that's your person, honestly. I think you're one of those people who just mates for life, like wolves or lobsters or swans. But I don't think the person coming into your life is going to be a wolf, lobster, or swan, because I believe there are laws against that. But what I am going to say is that, the person I see for you, I'm not going to say you're not going to date before that, but one thing I will say is please, and listen to what Mama Perry is telling you, stay away from bad boys. I don't care how cute he is. I don't care how attractive. If he doesn't have a plan for his life and a good job, if he ever does drugs or if you see him, drink too much too often, get out of there. That's not for you. You need somebody like you who is grounded, lovely, responsible, interesting, kind of spiritual, delightful, but somebody who's really got their head together like you do. And that's, I think you've got a really nice life ahead of you. I'm really not getting, I think I'll just stay away from any substances. Probably you're somebody who doesn't have much of a head for alcohol, but I don't think you drink much anyway.
No.
But I stay away from anybody who does any of that stuff. I mean, have a glass of wine occasionally, but, and keep your head on straight. Pick your career early and know that if it doesn't seem glamorous right now, it will seem glamorous when you're making very good money. And I'm sorry if that doesn't sound spiritual, but money is spiritual. And being, higher power wants us to be comfortable and happy and financially secure. And I think that's what you really want. And you want a family. That's what I get. I don't know. Do you want a family? Because I see you as being a very good mom to two kids.
Yeah.
Good. Yay. I'm so glad we had this time together. I think you're doing great. Are you in college yet? Have you applied to college?
No.
Okay.
But
we'll figure that out because where you live, there's a pretty good community college. And I think you could start out there, and I believe it's free. And you're very smart. I really, really want you to have the life that I see for you. And I think you're going to. So look into community college because if you do that, you're going to have more money than you can shake a stick at.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Soul Star Connections with Azrael. Live from Azrael.love. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Star Connection on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Namaste. I'm Azrael Zemanek, and I'm coming to you today live from Nashville, Tennessee. I hope you're all well. I hope you're all wonderful, and I hope you're all staying warm. It is quite cold out there for most of us in the United States right now, and it looks like it's going to stay cold for a while. So I thought I'd start today with a very grounding meditation. But before I do, I wanted to share a little bit about me and the way I work, and just even by listening to my shows or connecting into my shows, you know, what we sort of can do in the energy that's here, or the energy that's here for us in each and every moment. And so I have a lot of training, and yet I work so much based on intuition. I'm an Ayurvedic practitioner, an Ayurvedic energy worker, and I'm a medical Qigong therapist. And I also do astrology, human design, all these amazing and wonderful things. But my main purpose, or my main sort of joy in life, is really connecting to the more subtle energies and our more multidimensional aspects of things. And it's working with a mix of like the ancient knowledge, right? And we can say the ancient knowledge from Ayurveda that comes from India, or from the Chinese knowledge that comes from China, or even the knowledge that comes from beyond our time, right? Or even in multi-dimensional realities, right? Other worlds, or ancient Egypt, the Lemurian system, downloads from all that sort of inform the work I do. And in it, and what I like to do at the beginning of each of my shows is share a meditation. In it, it really is about connecting to what lies beyond our physical body, and tuning into the energetics that we are attuned to. So we're used to our skins, our bones, our muscles. Many of us know about our chakra systems. And yet there's even more than that, right? There's different layers of our being and our auric system. There's more chakras than the traditional 7 chakra system that many of us know about. And there's an ability for us to tune in on a somatic level to these access points, to this multidimensional field of our grid lines. I often call it like the crystalline grid, right? What can we connect to that is beyond our mind and beyond our body, beyond our emotion, and yet still just as vital to us, and still just as alive and truly wanting to come online. So in the work that I do, I connect with the energy systems, and I teach people to connect with their own energy system to be able to open into a more embodied and expansive state of being. It's a way to sort of come into alignment with your purpose, and to hold greater space for yourself, so that you can, in your own awakening or in your own experience of being, create change for the whole. Because one of the things I come back to time and time again in my learning, and also in my teachings, is that we are just like a drop in the ocean of the whole, and each one of us is woven together. We're all so fundamentally important to the life and the experience that we're having on this planet. So the more that we can come into greater awareness, greater consciousness within ourselves, and into the space of higher being, then we're affecting the space and the energy of like the whole, right? When we do our work, when we open to a more real reality than what we're living in, that allows the entire flow of our collective consciousness to do just that. And so I would try to get out of the mind, right? On this show, I do intuitive readings. I do that with clients too. But my main passion is to really go into the deep and subtle energetics to create space for embodied awakening. And in that, there's healing, in there's light, and in there's just a fuller and truer experience of all that we are. And we're in it now, right? We are the ones we've been waiting for. We're in the midst of great, great change, the very beginning of that change, but great change. So I do want to start with just a short meditation, probably about 5 minutes, and then I'll take some calls. It could be like 5 to 8 minutes. I'm here every Tuesday, just so you know, at 2 Central Standard Time. I will be away the next 2 weeks. I'm doing a 2-week training in Qigong. But otherwise I'm here, and I just love being able to connect with you all. So let's find a seat. And if you're driving and listening to the radio, I would encourage you not to close your eyes. Otherwise, I'm going to invite you to close your eyes and to take a couple deep breaths and to find your seat, to find your space in the here and now. And then notice where you are in your body in this moment. Notice if you're in your body in this moment. And one of the ways we can instantly come into our body is by just starting to notice the places where we're touching the earth, or the seat, the chair. And today I'm going to invite you to bring your awareness to your sacrum and your sit bones, the very lowest part of your being. It's an area that we know as the root chakra, the Muladhara chakra. And it's the home of our sort of safety and security. It's the imprint or the energy that we sort of carry over from past lives or from ancestral energies that allow us to feel like we belong, that we are held, and that we can be in these bodies, which for so many of us is really hard sometimes, right? To connect with that. To know that we can be here as ourselves and survive. And so bring your awareness down to this root space, the base of the perineum, the lowest part of your spine. Maybe the front of the pelvis. And I'd like you to start to just notice, what does it feel like there? Does it feel alive? Does it feel hard to connect with? Does it feel open or tight? Just notice. And then start to bring your breath there. And as you breathe into this area, sending the awareness of your breath and your mind to this area, I'd like you to imagine a beautiful ring of light, a circle of light. And imagine on the exhale that this light moves through this pelvic area. It might move out, it might move down, it might just stay in place and vibrate, but move in the way that feels right for you. Your body will know. And just take about 3 or 4 more breaths inviting a ring of light to be in this area. Maybe noticing some sensations. Maybe noticing some energy, and maybe noticing nothing at all. Okay. And on the next breath, I'm going to invite you to imagine or whisper silently a beautiful, beautiful sound, and the sound is ka. So you can imagine the sound moving again from this pelvic area. And it'll sound like this, but we'll do it inside, okay? Ka. And let's do that 4 more times. Imagining almost as if your root, your sacral area, was allowing this beautiful vibration of sound, bringing balancing, bringing space, bringing life. And one more time. This time letting it go completely. And bringing your awareness to this area of your body. And inviting in a beautiful color of red. It's beautiful color. Rich, radiant, and then repeating after me in your mind or out loud. I am safe. I am held. And I am supported. And we'll do that 2 more times. I am safe. I am held. And I am supported. I am safe. I am held. And I am supported. And now take a moment and just notice how this area in your body, this area in your being feels right now. Knowing if you feel like you need extra support, you can bring your thumbs to your palms and make fists with the hands softly curled around the thumbs. So I'll take a deep breath in together. Exhaling, opening our eyes. And knowing this simple practice is one to bring us into our body, bring strength and radiance into our root chakra, and allow us to more fully be all we are. So feel free to check out my Facebook page. I have meditations on there. I offer my events on there. Azrael, or facebook.com/azrael.love. I also have a YouTube channel. It's at Soulstar Collective. And I have a lot of other free meditations on there as well. I'd love for you to join me. I am going to take a caller now. We'll see if we have time for two, but definitely have time for one. So I'm really looking forward to connecting with you. Shiloh, we have Shiloh from San Pablo, California with us today.
Yes, hi.
Hi, how are you doing today?
Okay, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good myself. I'm a little cold, but otherwise I'm good. Mm-hmm. How can I be of service to you today?
Well, a lot of things has been going on. My sister passed away, and I just broke up. Me and my boyfriend broke up after 6 years, and it's been hard. It just seems like a lot of stuff is going on. I've been really depressed.
Really, go ahead.
I don't know. I'm having a hard time with my sister.
Yeah, really, I'm really feeling you and feeling for you right now, and just holding you in the loss that you're moving through with the loss of your sister, the loss of so much of your relationship, right? That's huge for it to come together. And so first, the first thing I'd like to do with your permission, is it okay if I just open into a space of energetic light with you and surround you with a light to just help bring some peace? It doesn't mean that we're going to try and get rid of the feelings, but just let you open to receiving some love. Would that be okay?
Yes.
Okay, let's just take a moment. And I'd like you just to take a moment, if it feels okay, to just take a deep inhale and to exhale. And to give yourself permission to both fall into your body, but almost on the next exhale or two, just let anything at all that's ready to move out to just move down your spine, down your tailbone, and into the earth. And at this time, I'm just calling in guides and angels, especially the ones that are here to work with you at this time. And the way that I'm seeing them surrounding you. They're probably, I'd say, the ones that are more your guardian energies and guardian angels are about 3 to 5 feet away. And then there's some higher energies that are a little bit further away. And they're just sending you this beautiful pink and golden light right now. And just inviting you to, you don't have to do anything. Just know that they're there, that they're surrounding you. The pink is to bring in the light of the heart of universal love. And the golden is to bring this beautiful grounding energy to allow your system to settle and to allow you to be held, because right now you're holding so much for yourself. So much. And as I tune into this,
does help.
Oh, go ahead.
I said that does help.
Good. Yeah, you're very surrounded right now. And one of the things that's coming through for me a little bit about your sister, and I don't know if this feels true to you, but so first of all, I want you to know that she's very at peace right now. And she is like, it's almost as if she's back in the starlights, right? She's back in the stars. She's back in connection with her true self. But it may be harder on that level in that she's not hanging around, right? She's not easily accessible right now. So if there's a desire on some level to connect with her, like, or to feel her, right, in a bigger way, She's in a more expansive state. And so it's on a personal level or a human level. It's not that she's not sending love or there's not that energy of love for her family or for you all, but she's also sort of not easy to feel in every moment. It feels like from the human perspective that she really is gone. And so I want you to know that she is very at peace. If anything, she's in the universal field of when you look at the sky or see a bird and see her, right? And it's interesting because she's actually saying, yes, the birds are ways that you can connect with her. When you see something that touches your heart, it's like she's right there, right? But when it comes down to it on a more physical, palpable level, it's like she's in the blanket and not in the threads, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions for her or anything that your body or being needs? I'm really happy to bring you some energy healing. Anything at all.
Yeah, we were arguing really bad. The day that she passed away. In 6 months prior to her passing away, her boyfriend died in 9 years. So I know she's up there happy.
Okay, you're a little bit fuzzy, so I don't know if you can step away from the microphone a little bit, or because I'm hearing that about 6 months before she passed away, but I'm not hearing the clear words.
Yeah, her boyfriend passed away in a tragic car accident.
Oh.
I was just hoping that they were up there together.
I was just going to say, and this is, again, something that on the human level is very, very hard. But as soon as you said that, first of all, they are very much together, right? And it's almost, and this is not why she died. When I say this, it's not this is why she died, but it's almost like he was waiting there for her with his hand outstretched, right? His soul there. I almost want to cry. It's so beautiful, the soul connection that they had, right? And the depth of their connection. And again, it is not why, it's not oh, well, that happened and now that's why she went, but he was right there waiting for her, holding out her hand. And that's also, as I say that's part of the reason why she's harder to feel and connect with in the field, is because she is there in that space and in that love with him. And in that, all right, at that level, it's more universal love, but in that flow. And their souls and their energy were very connected here on earth. But yes, she's very much at peace and with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
That helps a lot.
Yeah. No, she's very.
That helps a lot.
Yeah. And again, I'm getting this image. It's because again, she keeps sort of what she said since the beginning. And I don't want to say she's not talking to me. It's images I'm getting, but I'm getting these images of starlight, right? She's that's basically what she first showed me, is I'm with the stars now. And when I saw the image of him, moving up, it's he immediately went to the stars, right? And it's there's this, it's if you and she says you can see her in the birds, but also in the sky. And I'm feeling if you step outside of your house, I'm seeing maybe or your apartment or your house or wherever you live, and you look out, and I'm feeling it more to the west. If you go out the west or out your back door, it's out to the left-hand upper corner of the sky. And she's just pay attention up there, because I don't know if that means there'll be a shooting star or there'll be something, but it's something about the left-hand part of the sky, especially when you're looking west at night. There may be some messages there from her, or a feeling of connection with her there. And there's a beautiful glow, right? It's I don't know. it's not sunset, it's at night, but there's like some glow and energy that's held up in that portion of the sky that she may come through. So.
Okay. Yeah, so she's not around, and like how some people feel, when somebody like passes away or something, they, like I'm in her room right now.
Yeah. I'm going to take a moment. I just want to feel you there. So the image I'm getting, or the invitation for you right now, we have about a minute left, and then I'll have to close the show, a minute and a half left, is if you can take your hands and you can either turn them so that they're palms up, but like sort of together, almost as if you're making a bowl with your hands. That's sort of how I'm seeing it, or one palm over the other. But like, it's hard. I wish you could see me, or like fingers pointing forward. So just like the fingers over each other, and just let her know you're open to receive. You're here with her right now. And the image I'm getting is of your root chakra, your heart chakra. So root is the power of the heart. And then your third eye and crown, but more like at the base of your hairline. And I'd like you just to open any gifts from her or from spirit that are wanting to come in or come through you. Don't worry if you don't feel anything. I'm seeing a beautiful color pink around you. And inviting this beautiful gift. It's interesting because I'm getting both her presence, wanting to just like come in through you to give you a sense of peace, but I'm actually feeling her quite present in human form, or in more energetic form. And she's just like, let me give you a hug right now. Part of her is coming through you right now and giving you the most warm and tender hug. And I have to unfortunately close my show now, but know that her hand is on your heart, that you are surrounded still by your angels and your guides. Look to the stars and look to the birds and know that she is at peace. And I'm sending you so much love today, Shiloh. I'm so glad I was able to take your call today.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was my pleasure, my honor. And I'm here every Tuesday at 2, except for the next 2 weeks. But feel free to listen to my radio show. Feel free to check out my website, Azrael.love, my YouTube channel, YouTube/@soulstarcollective.com. So .com is first. And stay warm, stay cozy, and know that you are safe, you are held, you are supported, and you are loved. Namaste.
Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome, Psychic Tuesday, and I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. Well, let's get started because it has been a wild few days in astrology, and this next week we get a bit of a reprieve. We do have some meeting up of Mars and Neptune to maybe advance conspiracy theories, maybe a little advance wishful thinking, visionary kind of work, creative work, dream work, shadow work could all be highlighted for people this next week. But let's get to it. We're going to look at all signs, sun, moon, rising. If you know all three, listen to all three messages for a fuller view of your next 7 to 10 days and the energy surrounding that. Okay, so let's get started with our beautiful Aries. Aries, guard your health, make sure that you get your rest and you get your vitamins and you're able to, don't run yourself down, don't run yourself into the corner. Exhaustion could be on the plate for you, running around, feeling like maybe you're finding that work situations and old situations are just misaligned or not attuned to you. I feel like you're going to have this vibe for a little bit yet. In order for you to get your priorities, getting your want list together, getting your own vision together, getting your own direction together for your reset button in March with your birthday. And so you could have some big resets coming that you're being given lots of time or vision for, to prepare for, figure out what you want, where you want to go. I feel like you could look at putting a down payment on or paying off a vacation, putting money on a future plan to travel. I feel like make sure you do get your rest. Don't make it a supercharged trip or something where you're running around. Again, exhaustion could be the thing that triggers illness for you. And that you could have strong grandmother energy guiding you. You could get strong signs from a grandmother figure. You could feel those guiding, loving symbols and signs and reminiscence and nostalgia around mother's, grandmother's, great-grandmother energy over this next 7 to 10 days. And so I also feel like this is a time of saving money, putting your money, making plans around savings as well for you. All right, Tauruses, sun, moon, rising, Tauruses, the next 7 to 10 days. This is a time that you might find yourself separating yourself from things that don't hold your interest any longer, divorcing, separating, leaving behind, cutting off, severing ties. I feel like this is a time for you to detach and just let go and not be weighed down. Tauruses, they're known to be stubborn, but I would say that they're very strong-willed, and that strength can sometimes make them hold on to things too long, relationships, holding on to beliefs they don't want to give up on people. And I feel like this is a time for you to detach and let people sort themselves out. And you being involved won't make it work out any differently. To disassociate, that you might have some pretty poignant triggers over the next 7 to 10 days. It could be a fragrance, it could be nostalgic, it could be reminiscent, old photos, old places. And I feel like you'll work hard not to let the little things get you down. You could be very much about your health and wellness. You could be very much about your physicality at the moment and getting it in its best order and best shape. And that in order to detach, Taurus, you're going to have to really bring yourself to be quite present for people, for yourself, Don't get too ahead with future planning. Don't get too stuck in the past. Just look at each and every day, just like 12 steps, just one day at a time, one day at a time. Okay, Tauruses, thank you. Gemini, sun, moon, rising. You know, we've got a resurgence of energy, a resurgence of people, opportunities. This is where you might start to feel revived, start to feel like you can get your old self back, start to feel like you're willing to go on, pick up the little bit of energy you have and just keep moving forward. You could abandon things that no longer serve you. You could find that if you are abandoned, no, it's because it wasn't serving you. Don't give up any temptation to live in remorse, regret, or what could have been. This is a time that it's just temptation, wanting to keep you in the past, longing for things. And if you asked yourself what you actually missed about the past, you might find it was very little. That heartache people caused you, I feel like this is a time for you to, move away from the negative and just keep on going. That could be new circles of friends, new ways to communicate, new environments, bringing yourself out there. I feel like it's not the time to prove a point to people or to win an argument. This is a time to go with the flow and to find a place where you're feeling pretty zen-like. And don't settle in for any self-indulgent habits that could come up for you. You could find yourself stuck to old people that frankly have been a bit negative. And that this is a time where you could go and find work really stimulating. And this could be projects, work, whether it's paid employment or volunteer work, group consciousness, cooperating with a team group or feeling cooperative in an environment. You could find really stimulating for you, really where you shine a little bit, where you're able to contribute and you're able to have some reciprocation in terms of the level of energy you can put in. You're going to find that you could feel quite a bit of a resurgence or a revival through group dynamics. All right, Cancerian, sun, moon, rising. Boy, you little crabs and Capricorns have sure had a bit of a ride with the change in karma. You just had the North Node leave. Changes in karma in terms of new moons and full moons. And we have the full moon showing up in Cancerian, really bringing to light 6 months ago, crabs, around your birthday. What were you wanting to achieve? What were you planning? What was going on? And are you there now? You could find that there are surprises. There are hidden agendas, hidden surprises, hidden gifts, hidden communications that you'll see where loyalty lays for you in your life. You could see that don't adhere to, you might have to go outside the bounds of maybe pay structures. You might have to go outside the bounds of what always has been. This might be a time to think in new ways, new terms, new ways to pay or get paid. And don't settle for too little if you're negotiating anything. Really ask for everything that you would be entitled to. You might find yourself trying to break out of safety. You might be saying, I'm feeling bored, I'm feeling stuck. Where what you might really need to do is find areas in your life where you're able to not get too stuck in safe places or where it just feels safe because it doesn't require any risk from you. There might be a time for you to really think about maybe even places you haven't traveled, new plans you haven't done over the summer coming up. You might be thinking of ways to get out of the box. You're going to find that you'll have to progress is going to come to the next 7 to 10 days, but it's going to require you to stay very focused and very, very loyal to your goals, loyal to what outcomes you have, because I feel like you have a lot to accomplish between now and June. In the next 7 to 10 days, especially with that full moon, we'll highlight that for you. Leos, sun, moon, rising. Hello, Leos. This is a time that you could find yourself insulating yourself from hard truths, insulating yourself from difficult conversations or difficult people, and that rather than deal with them, you might just insulate yourself from them. And that you would have to, if you're finding yourself getting bombarded by ridiculous people, ridiculous conversations, you just have to block, ban, cut off, don't engage in with people. that you could find that people could feel a bit stubborn, not willing to cooperate, feeling like they're, so it's going to be a time for you just to insulate yourself away from them, a time to, as we go into this time, we're in Capricorn going into Aquarius, we are going to find ourselves really kind of stuck in some way, and time to insulate. The sun's furthest away from you right now, and this is the time to to rest and rejuvenate your own energy there, Leos. And you might find it might be nice to kick up your feet for 10 minutes, huh? You never know. Virgo, sun, moon, rising. Not for you, though. No time, no rest for the wicked there, Virgos. Time to work. And and yet you could find that where you put your backbone in and you stand up for causes, what you believe in, who you are, and what you have to say, that you could be given a new perspective, that you could find a growth in your integrity, or that people appreciate your integrity in some way. And that you could find doing the extra mile, doing the extra lap with work could pay off in small victories. You can find that there's new ideas, new vision, new excitement building around what could be coming, new energy around the new year, around what could be coming. You just had a shift in karma. You have the south node of karma in your sign, and it's going to be pretty big for you in terms of your career, your reputation, and how you are viewed. And so remember what you put out there. Libra, sun, moon, rising. Hello, Libra. And so Libras, you could find yourself meeting new people in old places. You could find yourself with the question of partnership, romance, love, showing up for you in nice ways. You could find that there's warmth and energy that comes at you through friends and circles that you know. You could find that maybe, and I don't think this is about people coming back to you from the past. I feel like this is really new energy for you, that you could find you have new love life headed towards you, or new energy put into your love life, or new flirtations, or new people on your roster. And that I feel like ideas you plant with people could take root, could start to grow, could go in good ways for you this next 7 to 10 days, Libras. I would use that power wisely. Scorpio, sun, moon, rising. You can find that this is a time for you of rebirth, of transformation. Something you're working on could take off big. Something you've been working on that could be recognized. You could really find something that you're really enjoying, and that old skills you've had are applicable in new ways. And that you could be asked to teach, role model, team lead. You could be asked to contribute your knowledge to something that could be quite good for you. You could find that relationships might pose a bit challenging, requiring you to have some really clear boundaries. You could find that you can rely on yourself at this time, don't put relying to other people at the moment. If it needs to be done, you might really need to look at doing it yourself or having it done yourself. And it's a process that you might be happy to immerse yourself in, is to go deep in the details the next 7 to 10 days. Sagittarians, sun, moon, rising, Sagittarius. This could be a time for you that you have to keep an eye on your money, your credit cards, your spending, who you trust that information with as well. You could also have things at work that are stolen, or that people are, if you're on a job site or something, maybe people are stealing tools, or that you're working with people that you're having difficulty trusting. You might feel a bit divested in work, just kind of thinking, I'd like to be home. I have so many things I could do at home, and that's okay. And I feel like just go with the flow at work, try to get as much done as you can. And then once you get home, I feel like you can relax to those obligations. You can really get into getting the home done. You could be really motivated to create your space, recreate your space, or make it beautiful. And so this is going to be really nice energy for you in the next 7 to 10 days there, Sagittarians. Capricorn, boy, oh boy, you guys have sure felt the trigger of Pluto moving from your sign, and really that power and revolution. We saw it here in Canada with our Capricorn Prime Minister resigning. So there's one sort of manifestation for Capricorns. It's pretty big stuff. And that you could be ready to lose stuff. You could be ready to say, you know what, I'm done. I'm ready to move on. I've been in this cycle literally for since 2008. I feel like I'm ready to break free, that there could be stuff that felt like a bit of a disillusionment, or you could have been disillusioned with really where your motives laid in things, and that you can find in letting go could rattle other people, but don't let that rattle you. You're going to move forward on your new endeavors and things that are really meaningful for you. And this might be really where you're exploring is what is meaningful for you. This is a time to shrink a bit, maybe in terms of the energy you're putting out and the communications you're putting out, and really shoring up, moving forward in ways that could be in silence, could be not sharing your goals until you're ready to act on them. You could be just gathering your resources, gathering your energy to make a bigger push come June. But between now and June, you could be gathering your resources for that and working in stealth, which will work the best for you. Aquarian, Sun, Moon, Rising. And just as Capricorn has felt that energy, you could also feel the energy move forward for you as well. This is a time of trusting in the universe, trusting in yourself, trusting and things that could be put in trust. There could be money, there could be taxes, money, paperwork, things that you got to be on top of that need to be put into trust. I feel like you have lots to be optimistic about over this next 12 months. But this next 7 to 10 days, you can get taste of a few things that both hold you accountable, like paperwork, which I'm sure you don't enjoy, and you could find relief in your finances. You could find relief in what you're doing. You could find there's recourse or things you could have been denied before could come up for reevaluation, and lots of energy to help you move forward with your birthday. That feels pretty exciting. Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising. Boy, you have Saturn and Neptune finally both going to be going direct. They're going to be headed out of your sign a little bit. You'll get a taste of that this next year where you'll feel the pressure is off, bit of lulls. So if you have narcissists or people that are your dopamine fix, you might be having to deal with them and get rid of people who are really draining your spiritual energy, your emotional energy. And that this is a time where delays could be your friend, where things that have been stalled, you might realize actually turned out to be your benefit as they start to move forward with these direct planets. And this is a time where you could get very focused on restricting your budget, your focus, your time, your commitments, and your extravagance, and that you're really wanting to reform, almost like a butterfly in a chrysalis, wanting to reform over the next month or two and really come out in a new direction with this beautiful new North Node destiny energy, along with half the universe sort of gathering there with Neptune and Saturn. And with your birthday, you'll have Sun and Mercury sort of joining all that grand energy. That's quite good for you. And so I feel like really coming into your own, and this, you could be given signs about that over the next 7 to 10 days. And thank you. And you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. And if you like a full reading, I do video reading and I read in person. And you can book that through my website, or you can visit me here every Tuesday on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck Television. Now let's get to it. I've got Corinne in Winnipeg, my stomping grounds. Corinne, how can I be of service to you?
Well, I'd like to know what is ahead of me, seeing that this year is pretty rough.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that for you, my friend. Okay, well, we're going to raise that vibration and raise that beautiful energy of yours. Now, do you mind just sharing the day and month of your birthday?
No, not at all. April 29th.
Oh, well, Taurus. Well, okay. Well, here's some good news for you, April 29th. I'm not surprised this last year was a bit of a challenge. Right up until you're not quite out of the woods yet, your birthday coming is a big reset button for you. It's like getting your groove back, because I think more than anything, where there could have been financial and health hits and losses around you, I feel like this is also going to be a time where you're going to finally get your juju back, which means that you could finally get maybe the right doctor, you could finally get the right medication, you could finally get the right timing or opportunity. Now, the last 7 years, you've had the planet Uranus in your sign, which has not been helpful. It has kind of kicked out the legs from under you a couple of times. And 2023, 24 was no exception. 24, there was a major conjunction with the planet Uranus in your sign, which wasn't helpful to you, and with Saturn around structures, mobility, including financial mobilities and losses, and that could be people exiting your life. So finding yourself kind of at a bit of a ground zero, you're almost there, particularly with your birthday as you move forward. You will find room for new energy, new people, new situations, and answers to things that you might have been held up for a while. And I mean, COVID and all of that horrible time we all went through in lockdown might have delayed or pushed a lot of things back for you, that now I feel like you're finally going to be able to move forward. I know it sounds funny to bring up like 4 years ago, but you're finally leaving this energy, and that you have a couple of decisions to make around where you live, around where housing, home. You have a young man spirit. There's lots of deceased people, I know, I understand that, but when you have this man who passed, who seems to show up really strongly around you, almost like he can come in as a guiding light, and he may have been gone for a while. And I want to say, and a couple of things. One is that in the next 2 months, there is something very much where you are, February could even feel like a bit of a challenge around the February 18th. And I feel like once you get past that energy, you're able to pick yourself up again. And that there is some decisions you're going to make around house, home, where you live. And I feel like you have a woman who might be talking you into or be very helpful around money, where you live, where you're moving, if you haven't recently moved. So if there hasn't been a recent one in the last year, I feel like there's something brewing for you that's going to require a decision. And I'm going to say no later than your birthday in 26. So this birthday in 2025 is a big reset. I feel like anything around a move for you would really come up in a way around stability, health. Like where you move, you live for a while. Like this is where you move is kind of like stabilizing, or that you would wind up staying for a while. That there is something in terms of you getting back some health or regaining your health. That I do think that you might have something that you have to deal with in terms of your circulatory system, your mobility, but I think more so a heart chakra area, and that you would get very motivated in terms of your wellness. Like you would be, no, you're going to say, that's it. I'm working on it. I'm going to move forward with my health. I'm able to do this therapies, this treatment, where I'm starting to feel better, because your goal over this next 12 months, even this next 7 months, come summertime, very much so, is to feel better, is to physically get in a better space. And I feel like there's a mother and a son figure in spirit that I don't know, it just shows up in
that passed over. Is that what you're talking about? That passed over?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I had a mother passed over, but not a son.
There's a young man who died. I'm going to kind of stick to, he's already gone because I'm not predicting any of that, but a younger man that died that seems to keep showing up. I'll leave it for now. But there's something around your own health issues that you would address that maybe your mom might have struggled with as well. But there's something that you're going to head off at the pass or be able to work with or deal with. There is maybe some difficult news that comes through, and you're going to have to finalize some papers. That can include legal papers, financial papers, or documents. I feel like they're going to, if you haven't received them recently, they seem to be showing up within the next 2 months, 3 months, these documents. And I feel like you would have to deal with them. You would have to organize some finances or some money, and that could be on behalf of other people, or having to respond to it. Like they could be coming to you saying, oh, I need help again, or I need help. And I feel like there's some really, for you to be happy, or for you to, I feel like you're going to have to, you might say some hard no's to a couple people.
Well, I've been doing that already. Never mind in the future. Bernice, when you say a young man, how young are we talking?
45, 50.
Oh, okay. Nothing
Already
younger
gone.
than that.
I'm sorry?
Okay. I was asking nothing younger than 40.
Yeah, no, about 45, 50, not an old guy. Just you have these two energies that show up really strong with you. I feel like this next year is going to be your first year to be able to step forward from what, because I feel like you would have had a whole series of exits, and there's a happy resolve. I did want to say these papers that are coming, or that you're going to, I feel like the papers involve a process, and anything that felt delayed or that if the papers are coming back up actually work to your favor. I do see you signing them. I feel like you would need a witness to sign them. So it does feel like they're formal legal kind of papers, and that there's something you're very much resolving. There could be a woman who needs you near her, needs you by her side. She needs you to help her. I feel like she could, you could be helping her recover. You could be helping her through difficult periods. You could be helping her through things. And so that shows up really strong as well. Even in the next, I think the month of May shows up really strong. This could be a female friend, a woman, like a sister, female friend.
Okay.
That you're right there for her. You're helping her recover, maybe from a procedure, or so you seem to be around that. I do see you off work, and I don't know if you have periods of time that you get off work. I'm
totally off work. I'm retired.
Okay, perfect. I see you off work. So the woman that you would be helping could be more personal than work. Okay?
Okay.
And I feel like she's a close friend. And I don't know, I feel like somebody wants you or is going to talk to you about traveling down south, and I'm like, not yet. No, I'm getting a not yet. And so I'm getting a not yet.
Because you're spot on with mobility. Right now, I have problems with legs. And so, yes, and you're right about that. I've been thinking, that's it, I have to get into shape.
And you will, and I feel like they're an athletic therapist, or you'd be working with somebody who could help you move the muscles, rebuild the muscle, and really get your mobility and circulation back going. And I feel like you're going to really take that power back this year in a big way, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, my beautiful lady, and thank you for getting through to A1R Psychic Radio. And my name is Bernice, and I invite everyone back next Tuesday for Psychic Tuesday. We'll see you then.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Infinite Soul Connections with Shelley Devine. The Hummingbird Media. Live from InfiniteSoulReadings.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Infinite Soul Connect on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Infinite Soul Connection. I'm Shelley Devine. It's so nice to be here. I have a message that I channeled that I want to give to you real quickly before my caller. And it is perfect for right now because we are saying goodbye to 2024 and we're stepping into 2025 where there's going to be wonderful things. So I want to talk about abundance. So this is a channeled message for everybody. Abundance starts with the universe. Its vastness holds in abundance all that is needed and desired in your reality. Universal consciousness is an abundance of love and is given freely to all. Since all living beings are connected, the abundance that you have is the abundance of all. There is inner abundance, where all that you desire, all the wisdom you seek, is in you already. Outer abundance is all around. There is never a lack of anything. When you open your heart and mind to the unlimited possibilities, you will see that there is never-ending abundance of joy, gratitude, love, wisdom, happiness, giving, anything. It's there. It's all there for you. All you have to do is open your heart to it. And I am ready for my caller. Okay. Allison, are you there?
Hi. Yes, I'm here.
Oh, wonderful. How are you on this New Year's Eve?
I am doing well. Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well too. Is there anything that I can do for you today?
I would just like to know if there are any messages that you feel I need to receive from the other side.
Okay. All right. First thing I'm getting is creativity. And the muse of creativity. So are you a creative person?
I'm a closet creative person, yes.
Okay, you are going to step out of that. The muse is calling to you. You're going to step out of that. And whatever it is that you love to do, whether it's gardening, writing, painting, singing, dancing, whatever it is, the muse is calling you, okay? So step out and into that space of creativity. You also have, I've pulled a couple of cards for you. We have the joyness and fun card. Of course, that goes right along with what I just said. Stepping into your creativity and embracing it is going to bring you a lot of joy and a lot of fun. Now, I did get a sense of that there's something that you need to let go of. That maybe once you let go of that, you will be able to step into your creativity. Does that sound like something that you're dealing with, or does that resonate for you? Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So letting go of whatever that is, whether it's hard or whether it's easy, I'm not going to tell you to just suddenly do it. Just try to work on that. Okay? Try letting go of whatever it is that's holding you back. Because you've got the angels all around you. You've got the angels of the four directions, which is really amazing. That means that you are absolutely on every side surrounded by angels. Do you talk to your angels?
I sometimes when I usually do, but sometimes I feel like I'm in a more spiritual space than I am right now.
Okay. Talking to your angels, talking to your guides, whether you feel like they're listening or not, just talk to them, okay? They are listening, and eventually you will start getting the answers. But what I want to say about the angels is that you do need to ask them for whatever you want. They will not intervene in your life unless you invite them to. Okay? Your guides have been with you from birth. Angels need to be invited in if you want them to be involved in your life, okay? Okay. There's also a milestone that, let me see. I feel like you either just reached a milestone or there's one coming up very, very soon. Does that resonate?
Well, we are in the midst of trying to two things: get our business and like our stuff in a row there, and also we are trying to adopt our grandchild.
Okay. All right.
The two things, yeah.
So the milestone I feel is with your business. And I think, okay. So what they're saying is, you know how we set goals? They want you to set milestones. When I reach this place in my business, I've reached this milestone, and then set the next one. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Think of them as milestones and celebrate them. Celebrate them when you reach them. Okay? Let me think about the grandchild for a minute here. The best. Did I just freeze? Oh no. The best placement for the child is with you. I do feel the adoption is going to go through. It might take a little time, and it's going to take a lot of patience. Okay?
Okay.
But I do definitely feel like it's going to happen. It's the right thing. It feels so right, because this child is going to learn and grow so much from what you have to give. And of course, part of that is love. Big part of that is love. But there's also just teaching them the way to be in life, the kind of person to have compassion and gentleness, because I can feel a lot of gentle compassion with you. And there's firmness in it, but it's gentle, if that makes sense. But you are very compassionate, and you are going to teach this child how to be like that. Okay? So whatever the situation is now, just know that when you have this child, it is going to be, I'm sorry, is it a granddaughter or grandson?
Granddaughter.
Okay, she is going to learn so much from you as a role model. That's important, because I feel like you're a really good role model for this child. Yes, okay. Do you have any other questions?
let me see. Just with the we have a court case happening, right? It's going to be the 7th, and her mom is trying to take us to court right now. We do not allow any contact because of her mental health and.
Okay. So you have the child already.
Oh yeah, we have her. We've had her since she was born, and she's
perfect.
9. So.
Oh, that's perfect. Okay, so she's gotten the best from the very beginning. Then, you're not gonna lose this child. The mother is going to. She's got a lot of growing and learning to do, and she has to show compassion to herself. And I feel like you need to show compassion as well to her. But it's going to take time for her to be in a state of mind, in a state of being that you feel comfortable letting her see her daughter. I feel that's the way that it's going. I feel that's the way that it should be. I'm sorry, I don't feel that way. They are telling me that's the way that it should be. My opinions don't matter. I'm telling you what they're saying, because sometimes I say it like I'm saying it. There's a lot of blessings around this happening, around this adoption. Absolutely. And I want to tell you that there is animal energy around you. And it's going to sound weird because it's a dog, but dogs represent friendship, right? And loyalty. So today, you are being asked to love without condition. Your energy and enthusiasm are an inspiration for others. Choose to be happy. Because you are a protector and a friend. And that is what the dog, represents. I'm going to show you this card because it's beautiful. I hope you can see it. Okay, so take those words to heart. And I want to give you all the blessings I can and send you all the love. The angels are sending love, everybody's sending love, and everything's going to go well. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, you are so welcome. Thank you so much, Allison, for letting me read for you today.
Thank you. I appreciate you. You have a beautiful, blessed New Year.
You too. Thank you, everybody. Blessed New Year to all of you.
Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Love Life with Katana Star. Katana Star. Live from katanastar.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Love Life on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Happy New Year. How are we? I hope everyone had a really great Christmas and New Year's and recovering and all whatnot like we were last week still. I've been well. So I will be doing a collective message for everyone shortly with my Lightseers Tarot deck, and I'll also be accepting a caller. So let's get straight into it. This is in Tassie, the 3rd of the 1st, 2025. Beautiful day. Summer's here. It's gorgeous. It's just been lovely. All right. So here we go. For everyone watching and listening, this is the collective message. My first collective message for the year. Many more to come. All right. Let's focus. All right, Queen of Swords, beautiful. Queen of Swords is, you know, she really thinks with a clear head. She thinks logically. She knows where she's going. She is gazing off into the horizon. It's clear her thoughts are really focusing on her priorities. So this could be a time now where you're really thinking about plans for the future. It's also about communication, so positive green lights when it comes to communicating with other people. Also, you know, you may be giving some advice to somebody who might be coming to you that, you know, that you've been through some stuff, you've experienced this, and you're giving some advice and some words of encouragement and support often to try and encourage others to think positive. That's what she's all about. She's a nice one. I really like the Queen of Swords. She's also been through a lot herself. She's been through a lot of life lessons, a lot of pain, a lot of change, and that's really helped her grow and learn to prioritise. And she's done a lot of healing on herself as well. She's able to, you know, she's cut through those marshes of confusion, so to speak, and been able to bring everything together. And with her here, you know, moving forward and coming into the new year, this is great, especially to do with communication, business-related stuff, or also logical things, you know, anything to do with knowledge and learning. And she's always open to learning. You know, life is a long journey of learning, and we never stop learning, and that's what she's all about too. And she's here to say, you know, it's never too late to start something new. If you're thinking about learning or taking up a new passion or going back to study on something, do it. Life's too short, you know. And that's amazing that the energy that we get from learning and these lapping up these new experiences is very much about what the swords element is, and growth as well. All right, so we have got Michaela on the phone. Is that how I pronounce your name, Michaela?
That's my name, yes, ma'am.
Michaela, hello,
okay.
How are you?
I'm okay.
You're okay? That's good to hear. Happy New Year.
Well, I just wanted to speak. Can I do a reading on my brother? He just had passed. He passed in August of 2024.
I'm just struggling to hear you a little bit there, Makira. Just bear with me for 1 second. I'm going to get my my speakers in, because you're a little bit fuzzy. And right, can I read your brother who passed in August? Okay, well, let's see. I mean, I can't guarantee. I'll try very much to make a connection, and we'll see if he comes through for you. So he passed in August. I'm really sorry to hear that. You know, that would have been difficult, I can imagine. Now, can you still hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
All right, well, I can hear you a lot better now because I've just put my earplugs in. Okay, all right, so I'm going to read, when I do mediumship readings, I get drawn more so to my sacred circle, which is what I'm going to go with, okay? And let's see if I can make Now, if for whatever reason I don't make a connection, what the cards will do is pick up on your general energy. Okay, so we'll see what comes out. All right, I'm going to focus.
Okay.
All right, Michaelia. Let's see. I'm picking up on a cat. Did he have a cat?
Yes.
He did?
Whatever.
I can see a cat, okay? I can't really go too deep with that one, but there's a cat there. So whether or not he's with his cat on the other side, possibly, if he had a cat close to him. All right, so what I've got here is the Seven of Cups, and I've got the Eight of Cups and the Page of Cups. Now, did he pass quite suddenly?
Yeah, I got killed with murder.
Right, because that's what I'm picking up on here very much is with the Eight of Cups, with that reluctance to let go, and it was quite sudden. There was something there that happened, obviously, that was quite painful and came in quite suddenly. There's a need there for you, Michaelia, to really just trust that it was his time. Okay, he's wanting you to know that even though it wasn't expected, and even though he wasn't prepared and it was difficult, it was his time, and his soul sort of already knew that it was his time, and he is very much still with you. With the Page of Swords here, to describe his characters, he was somebody who really liked to get to the bottom of things, and he said things straight up, often quite clearly. He might have been an air sign.
Yeah.
Now, an air sign means Aquarius, Libra or Gemini. Now, that's not always the case, but they're the astrology and elements with this person. But his messages to you, let's unpack some little more messages here. There's the Five of Wands here, and there's the need to do some grounding work, Michaelia, whilst there's the acknowledgement there that this has been extremely difficult, extremely emotional, and that you're not wanting to let go of there's anger there. I can pick that up. But at the same time, he's asking you to do some healing around that, and not what am I saying here? Not to say that what happened was fair, but to say that, you know what, it's okay. He's still very much with you. He wants you to know there's the cat. I keep saying the cat. All right, what's this cat about? Sorry. There's a playful energy here that I'm getting as well. But look, with the grounding work, with the Five of Wands work, it's meaning he's asking you to sort of pull back and retreat and do some grounding work on you, to do some healing, to forgive, okay? Not to forget, but to forgive, so you can find some peace within yourself, because he very much wants you to have peace with this whole thing. Look, the Knight of Cups is here, and there's an opportunity there. There's an invitation beckoning you, okay, to go within, do some healing, talk to him. He can hear you very much. The Knight of Cups is a real smooth charmer as well. Was he a real charismatic kind of guy? Good with words, charismatic, okay. They're all the elements of the Knight of Cups there as well. And, you know, with the Five of Cups there is picking up very much the grief that's acknowledging the grief that you're going through at the moment, and he's very much aware of how you're feeling and all that sort of stuff, and he wants you to know he's there. He wants you to know, he wants you to heal, okay? Still talk to him. He's very much there with you, even though it's not the same. We know it's not the same, but they're still very much there. And the other thing he's asking me to tell you as well is there is a need. There's another six. There's the Six of Swords. There is a need for you to heal. He's saying he wants you to overcome anything that's holding you back, that any resentment or upset or anger, to let it go. He's saying move on, keep going. You know, life's too short. Keep pursuing the things that you want to pursue, and do it for him. You know, that's what he would be wanting you to do. Some messages want to come through from the Oracle as well. Let's see. Message from Michaelia. But he's okay. He's still very much with you, all right? You've only got to talk to him and he can hear you. I know it sounds surreal, but it's true. And he's going to send you signs as well. There's a sign here. All right, there's something to do with love, romance and improvement. Now, this is to do, are you currently in a relationship, Michaelia?
Yes, kind of, sort of. We just got to talking.
All right. Well, there's a sign here to say things are going to start to look up in your love life. All right. And with the Knight of Cups there, you could be receiving some kind of offer to really improve things there as well. There's the male energy there. Look, he's definitely here with you. He's saying too that he's acknowledging there's communication stuff going on there, and there's some confusion going on, and to bring yourself back to trust your inner voice on something. Okay, there's some uncertainty, there's some confusion. Keep coming back to that inner voice, and trust that things have a way of working out how they're meant to, and to try not to overthink stuff. Okay. What else is he saying? Let's see here. Again, I keep getting the cat. It's funny, when I communicate with energy that's crossed over, I see little funny images, but I also feel the feelings associated with it. Okay. And there's some joy there to do with a cat again. So do you have a cat?
Yes, Mom, we had a cat. His name was Silver, but I can't find him.
Right, okay. The cat could have crossed over. The cat could be with him. But it's a joyful thing. Let's see. There we go. What's that? Okay, there's something to do with finances here too. Okay, there's a success, recognition, and moving forward with something. So there's a financial predicament that you might have been in, or something to do with money, okay, or something that you're considering pursuing, all right, and it's caused you a little bit of uncertainty, but there will be success there. There's something there coming through to do with money and success, and there's a need there to be strong as well. Again, I get the feeling that you might be being provoked in situations. I mean, I know that when these things happen, the grief's high, it's really painful when emotions are raw and people test each other and all that sort of stuff. It's about, death can sometimes bring out the worst, in family, in friends, all that sort of stuff, because everything's so raw. And that's what he's saying. He's acknowledging that there's this conflict and confusion that's been going on. But again, to try and do some grounding work and ground yourself and pull yourself back and know that he's still very much there with you, and things will be okay. There is success and recognition there, but there's some triggers going on around you as well. So stay strong, stand your ground, be mindful of people that might be triggering you, because knowing that they're going through their own stuff as well. But just trust again as well. It was his time. His soul knew that was his time, even though we don't know it while we're here on earth. We already know deep down intuitively on a soul level. And time's linear on the other side. To him, it's going to just be the click of a second until he's going to see you again, and it's all going to make sense, and everything will add up. Again, there's communication, important news and messages. I've only got 60 seconds left, Michaelia. But these are his messages. The strongest messages I'm getting very much is to try and just pull back from whatever conflict and raw emotion that's going on. Do some grounding work. Talk to him. Okay, he's there. He can hear you. Listen to the radio. Okay, there's going to be a song that comes on. I just got that there. That's going to remind you of him. It will be him. Okay, and the cat. Something to do with the cat. The cat's with him, or he's with a cat on the other side. Okay, and he's okay. All right. Okay. I do need to go. Look, thank you so much for the opportunity to give you a reading, Michaelia. It was an honour, and I wish you a happy new year. And as difficult, and I'm so sorry to hear what happened. At the same time, embrace it in the fact that life's so short, and know he's still very much there with you. Okay? All right, blessed be. So thank you everyone for listening and watching. I will be back same time next week. If you'd like to book a private reading with me, please do so through my Facebook page, because my website's still going through some updates with my booking calendar. And I apologise, it's a tedious process. Okay, thanks so much. Stay well, and I'll see you next week.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Angelic Insights and Healing on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
I hope you are having an awesome day. Happy Tuesday. For those of you who don't know, I am Margaret Phillips, owner of Angels Always Around Us. I am a psychic medium, a Reiki master, a pranic energy healer, a shamanic energy healer, a life coach, and a hypnotherapist. My website is angelsalwaysaroundus.com. My Facebook page is Angels Always Around Us. My Instagram is at Angel Margaret P. So go ahead and follow me. If you're unaware, I do have a Facebook group called Angelic Inspiration and Guidance, where I do videos with daily affirmations, wellness tips, angel tips, all kinds of cool stuff going on in there. So if you're on Facebook, head over and check it out. Put a join request in. A couple of announcements, housekeeping things coming up. I am here every Tuesday on A1R Psychic Radio at 4:30, doing a little radio show, giving you guys some readings, energy healings, whatever you might need at the moment. I have lots of cool stuff going on. This is going to be an amazing year filled with teaching. I'm offering more classes this year than I have in the past couple of years, so I'm excited about that. I'm excited to be teaching more people more frequently this year. So my next class is going to be February 8th. It's online. We're going to have an angels class, so keep an eye out on my social media to get more information about that. I will also be doing some in-person classes this spring and later on this year too. So make sure you follow me so you can find out, what kind of awesome things I'm teaching you. We have on January 29th, we have an event. I and Lena Chiro, who is an animal communicator, will be at A Flick of a Wrist in Broomall, Pennsylvania. Again, Wednesday, January 29th from 6 to 8. They are having a painting for a dog event along with a psychic night. So you can bring your puppy out, you can paint a masterpiece. Check out my website, the Facebook page, Angels Always Around Us. You'll find the event page there. There is a booking site. You have to reserve if you want your puppy to make a masterpiece, or your dog. Any age dog works. Doesn't have to be a puppy. And also, if you want a psychic reading either for yourself or your pet, Lena will be there. I will be there. You can shoot me a message and we'll get you scheduled for that. And I believe we have a caller on the line. Kelly from Florida. How are you today, Kelly?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking.
How can I help you today?
I wanted to connect with my cousin. Today is her 1-year anniversary of her death.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. All right, what was your cousin's first name? Or what everybody referred her to if she had like a common nickname?
Steph.
I apologize, I couldn't hear you. What was your cousin's name?
Stephanie.
Stephanie. Okay. All right. Let me see if she is available. Just so you know, and the folks listening at home know, if you ever go to a psychic medium and they tell you, your loved one is not available because they're angry with you, get your money back and run the other way. Our deceased loved ones do not. When they don't come through, it's not because they're upset with us. It's because they're working out their own stuff or they're busy doing something. It has nothing to do with us. While we're having this human experience, we like to tend to think that it's all about us, and it's not. When they're not available, it's all about them. It has nothing to do with us. So let me see if I can get her to come through for you, okay?
Thank you.
So this is a little interesting and a little different thing we got going on here, Kelly. So she's not coming through, but one of your angels, one of your guardian angels is coming through. Can I tell you about her?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. So she says her name is Shannon. And she is associated with kind of like a tree brown, kind of like Crayola crayon brown color. Now, the reason why I tell people what colors their angels, their guardian angels are associated with, if you want to feel closer to Shannon, feel closer to your angel, she's telling me she's your more assertive guardian angel. And if you want to feel closer to her, you can wear something that's brown, whether it be a scarf, a piece of jewelry, a top, a pair of pants. It can be a whole outfit, whatever floats your boat. That kind of like tunes your subconscious in a little bit and makes you more ready to receive messages from her. And that's why it's helpful to tune into the colors that our angels, our guardian angels, are associated with. So what Shannon is telling me, she wants to tell you, she's very happy and she's very peaceful. She wants to let you know that all is well with your cousin. She is not currently available because she's sitting with other angels and being shown different things that have transpired in her life. When we pass our angels, you know, we have a whole bunch of information that gets downloaded to us the moment we pass, guys. And then the angels sit with us and they show us different things in our lives that have happened and how choices we've made have impacted other people, whether that be for good reasons, bad reasons, or just kind of tiny little ripple reasons. But they do sit down, they teach us things, they help us work through things, help us work through issues. And Shannon wants you to know, you know, she's safe, she's good, she's just soaking it all up. And what I feel is very peaceful, very calm. There's no physical or emotional pain on the other side. She is well. One thing I do hear, and this is not from your angels, this is from her because it's a different voice. I hear, don't worry about me, I'm good. Take care of yourself.
Okay.
So she wants you to continue moving on. She wants you to continue moving forward, and she wants you to continue healing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Would you like me to see if I can get your other angel to come through?
Of course.
Or do you
yes,
have a
definitely.
question that you want to try to ask? I don't know if she'll answer us or not, but she did, like I said, give me that little tiny tidbit that she doesn't want you to worry about her. Do you have a specific question you'd like me to ask her and see if she can answer for us?
No, that's okay. But if you can connect to any of my other angels, that'd be great.
All right, let me see if your passive angel will come through. So our passive angel tends to be the one who like puts things in front of us on social media. A lot of times they'll hide our keys from us. Sometimes, you know, our deceased loved ones will hide our keys from us too. And your cousin's so funny. She's like, yeah, I did that last week. I didn't drive her too crazy, she says. It's funny. It's like I see her and she's like looking at the angels, she's talking with them, and these little tiny sentences she's coming and like it's almost like a kid in school. Like she pops up, I hear this thought or this sentence or phrase or whatever from her, and then she's back in again. So I think she's kind of here, she's just not totally here. So let's see who your passive angel is. Oh, this is so beautiful. So what I see is a very light yellow color. It's very pale. It's maybe just a few shades darker than like white would be. It's very, very light yellow. And what I'm hearing, she says her name is Danielle, and she is your passive guardian angel. And she says, you know, I haven't had to do the key thing too much, a few times, but nothing major so far. And she says, you know, you are a lot more in tune than you think you are. She says a lot of times she finds you kind of like not sure of where the inspiration is coming from when she puts ideas into your mind. And you kind of go back and forth with, is that a good idea? I wonder where that came from. Is that a good idea? I don't know if I should. She says, just keep doing it. She says, you're doing pretty good. Like you take a couple seconds and you might second guess or you might wonder where it came from, but then you move on and act on it anyway. She said you're actually, she's so cute. She goes, and she's got like really short brown curly hair. It's like the thicker curls. It's not like thin corkscrew curls. It's a little thicker, but that kind of way. And she's got brown hair, again, light yellow she's associated with. And she says, you're doing good listening. She says, just keep listening. You are doing great. She wants you to know that they are here. She says, when you get that moment, when you feel like you're going to break, when you get that moment like you don't know what to do, when you get that moment where you're just overwhelmed with stress or overwhelmed with grief, she says, just say, hey, angels, help take this from me. One of the great things I love about working with the angels is there are ceremonies, there are rituals you can use with them, but you don't have to. You can just say, hey, angels, help me. You don't even have to remember their names. They will swoop in. They will come. They will help us. That is what they are here for. Let me see if there's anything else I want you to know. The other thing I hear is they're asking you to be a little extra cautious for the next 3 weeks driving.
Okay.
She says some of it is you need to kind of monitor your speed a little better.
Okay.
So it's not like you're doing 120 on the highway or anything crazy like that. Just kind of keep it in check a little more than you have been. And she says, especially at night and in the evening for the next 3 weeks, she wants you to be a little bit more diligent, a little bit more careful when you're driving and riding in other people's cars. It feels like there's a lot of deer activity, a lot of animal activity near you that could cause like some evening accidents. So please be careful. Like more so than your usual stuff that you get in this time. Yeah, does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I hope that was helpful for you, Kelly. We are almost out of time.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. And guys, you can check out my Facebook page at Angels Always Around Us. My website is also angelsalwaysaroundus.com. Find me at Angel Margaret P on Instagram, and have an awesome week, guys. I will see you next Tuesday.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Zodiac Zone with Melissa Markham. Live from mmastrovibes.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Zodiac Zone on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Happy New Year. Happy 2025. Oh my gosh, we have so much going on astrologically this year. I can't even begin to tell you. It's going to be a really interesting year. I feel
some of the things that are going on are quite unique. We have Uranus, Neptune, and Saturn all changing signs. And what that means is it means different energy. We had Pluto in the end of 2024 go into Aquarius. So Pluto stays in a sign about 21 years. So it transforms whatever, sign it's in. Aquarius is typically about groups of people. It's about technology. It's about advanced people. So don't be surprised in the next 21 years that we make contact with extraterrestrials. Very, very possible. Also, when we look at Saturn and Neptune are going into Aries. So that tells me Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. And that tells me we're in for a new age. We're in for a new age with Neptune. Neptune covers all things spiritual. It also covers, it's the house of prisons, house of the 12-step program. So I think we're going to see some dramatic changes on maybe some of the drug crisis in America. I think things are going to actually progress as far as helping people. I think we're going to see more gurus, more spiritual healers come out. I just think that things are going to be are going to be very different. Also, we have Uranus going into Gemini. That's really huge. Uranus stays in a sign about 7 years. Last time it was in Gemini was during World War II. Time before that, it was the Civil War, and the time before that was the American Revolution. So it stays, it comes in and awakens things, and it changes things. So this is not to scare anybody, but just to tell people that these are kind of the dramatic changes that are happening. So I feel that all of this is going to be really, we're on the precipice of really, really major changes. And like everything else, there's going to be some hardships, but there's also going to be some dramatic, as far as that we're in air energy, dramatic technological advances. So just kind of stay tuned for all of this. I know it's a lot to digest. I just did a class on this, on what's going on in 2025. And I feel like people can feel this energy. It's nothing new. And it's just a matter of sitting in discernment, knowing what's going on, but also looking inside and how you can make dramatic changes to yourself with all of this, I would say, chaos and stuff going on the planet. How can you really find that purposeful aspect of who you are and make the changes inside of yourself? So I would definitely challenge you to take on that task. I do personal readings. I do business readings. So if you have this inner voice telling you, hey, this is how you feel, or what, maybe you should try this, you could always get a reading from either a personal or business perspective. My www.mmastrovibes.com. I love helping people find their soulful purpose. And in speaking about that, I'm going to take a reading. I typically have time for one reading. It's a short show, 15 minutes of your zodiac zone, getting your zodiac fix for 15 minutes. So I am going to Vanessa. Hi, Vanessa.
Hello.
How are you in this new year?
I'm okay. I'm hoping that 2025 will be better than 2024.
Okay, well, let's do this. Let's do a quick reading and see what we have. And so I'm going to tell you, I'm an evolutionary vibrational astrologer, so I really focus on the soul purpose of why somebody's here. What is your birthday, day, month, and year?
August 12th, 71.
Okay, 1971. What is your time that you were born?
I believe it was around 9:15, 9:20 p.m.
9:15 p.m. Okay. And the city and state?
City is Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada.
Okay, so Winnipeg. Let me pull up Canada here. Okay, I got it. Okay, so like I said, I really focus on the soul purpose of why somebody's here. I feel that you have a lot of nervous energy. Your South Node is in Leo in the 6th house of Virgo. And your North Node is in Aquarius in the 12th house of Pisces. And what that means is, so typically a South Node in Leo, I'm not saying they typically feel like in a way like everything's about them, that they're causing a lot of stuff that's going on in their life, you know, and they sometimes like to self-isolate. I find some Leos are always searching for love, you know, finding that perfect love. And yours being in the 6th house of Virgo, like I said, you can have all this nervous energy. You know, I feel like you're the type of person that likes to be on a routine. You have your son there. But I think where you're going to find your highest state of consciousness and where you feel best is moving into that Aquarian energy, kind of embracing the spiritual part of your soul, embracing your weird, and doing something with groups in a spiritual kind of environment where you're getting a lot of guidance, that inner guidance from your higher self, because that's where your North Node is in the 12th house. And, you know, I feel like you have a lot of that energy inside of you. How does that feel for you? Is that something that you can connect to, or what are some of your thoughts about that?
The spiritual piece of it, yes, I find myself to be a spiritual person for sure.
I feel that a challenging thing for you. I also look to Chiron being the wounded healer, half man, half horse, censure. Your Chiron, so the story behind Chiron in Greek mythology is he was immortal. He basically existed in his wounds, and until he was released, he really didn't understand the purpose and meaning of his life. And we all have this in our chart. Yours is in the 2nd house in Aries. So I feel that there's things wrong with your self-worth, that you don't feel worthy, or you have trouble, you know, it's about money, something about maybe previous life you struggled with money. So it's really, you know, and how to overcome that is to do your spiritual purpose. And like I said, the spiritual purpose would be for you to do something in a group environment that's very spiritual, whether it would be, you know, teaching classes as far as Reiki, or doing something like I do where I teach classes in astrology, doing something with a group dynamic involved. Let's see what else I can tell you about yourself. I feel with Saturn in the 4th house in Gemini, I don't know if you always felt like the adult in your family dynamic, or you felt a lot of responsibility when it came to family, whether it's, from childhood or just in the family dynamic as a whole, Uranus in the 8th house, I feel like sometimes your life could have taken a dramatic change that was unexpected. I don't know, again, I want to keep this very general because astrology, is very specific and unique and very private to people who, get a session. And I feel relationships, whether they're business, personal, there's been some difficulty in those too. How does this feel? Am I on track with this? Is it,
Yeah, you are. Like when you previously mentioned, like my nervous energy, that has a lot to do with what I've encountered in the past couple of years, as well as, not feeling worthy and, the money issues and all that. So yeah, you are in tune with what's going on.
Yeah, and I would say too, I know I have, I just wanted to kind of give you, a little bit. I feel like a more in-depth reading would be really good for you. So we can kind of dive into some of these things in more detail if you're open for that in the future, because I feel that once you get on that spiritual realm and found your spiritual purpose, everything shifts. Everything around you shifts, the people around you shift, and it's truly where you feel the best about yourself. So I invite you to do that in the future. But thank you for calling, and I wish you a really happy and healthy 2025.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Sure.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from BrandyCahn.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Stellar Parent on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Tuesday, everyone. Welcome to Stellar Parenting. I am your host, Brandy Kahn. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. And I'm so passionate. I absolutely love helping parents to understand their children better using astrology. I love helping parents understand the planets in their child's natal chart and then combine those with the art of consciously raising children. Please join my Facebook group, Psychology Infused Astrology, to stay up to date on the latest astrology and also for my events and free training opportunities. So I'm so excited to be with you here today. It's the first show of 2025. So thanks for listening in with me today. I will take a caller later on in the show. So if you'd like to call in for either an astrology reading, like using your natal chart, or a tarot reading, please feel free to call. I'd love to hear from you. So the way that we're going to start the show today is with the transits for this week, so you understand the energy that you are working with. You understand the energy that you are co-creating with this week. So we have a big change coming toward the end of the week as the north and south nodes change signs. Okay, they're going to move into different signs. I'm going to have a little bit more info about that in a moment, but first we're going to start with a transit that actually began yesterday, but you still might be feeling the effects of it even today. So yesterday, January the 6th, we had Mercury at 27 degrees of Sagittarius squaring Neptune, 27 degrees of Pisces. Now, when we're talking about Mercury, Mercury is the planet of communication and thinking, processing, integrating information. Neptune is the planet of transcendence and idealization. So when we have a square between the two of those guys, there's some tension that's there. And the way that the tension can manifest and show up is with us feeling a little bit confused about things, not having clarity about things that we want to be sure about, and also maybe having a hard time remembering things. I was teaching an astrology class last night, and I really had a hard time finding my words, which is not very common with me. So I was definitely feeling the energy and even feeling it a little bit earlier today. So the higher end of this transit, the way that the higher end can manifest, and I want to talk about the highest potential because that's what I always want you to aim toward, okay? So the higher potential of this transit could manifest this way as an example. Let's say that you as a parent, you've set a New Year's resolution that you are going to communicate in a much more compassionate and loving way with your children, okay? But you're really feeling the energy of Mercury squaring Neptune. You're feeling a little bit confused about things, uncertain about things, which leads to you feeling a little bit stressed out. But even when you're feeling stressed, you make a conscious decision to speak and communicate in a loving and compassionate way with your children. And that's the secret to how we use the hard aspects. Even when we're feeling internal tension, making the decision to not allow our stress to dictate our actions, to dictate our words, and to dictate how we treat other people. Because we always have a choice in life Our life is the result of our choices. So always remember that. Now, also yesterday, we did have Mars retrograde move into the water sign of Cancer. So during Mars retrograde, remember, Mars is the planet of action, of moving forward, but that planet appears to be moving backwards in the sky when it's retrograding, okay? So with that retrograde motion, it's a really good time to review, rework, and redo things that we've already committed our energy to instead of starting new projects, okay? And with Mars in the water sign of Cancer, we might find that our emotions or our mood is influencing our level or our sense of motivation and how we're going about doing things. So it's very important that you know where this is happening for you in your chart and where is it happening for your children. So I'll use myself as an example. I do have Mars retrograde right now going through my second house of money. And this morning there was an automatic transaction that came out for a subscription that I had forgotten about. So what I spent quite a bit of time doing earlier today, I was going through all of the subscriptions to make sure that it's something that I use and something that I haven't forgotten about. And I was canceling things that I really don't need anymore, okay? So reviewing actions from the past. If Mars is going through your second house of money, you might be doing the same thing that I was doing this morning. So take a look at your natal chart, find the part of your chart that's in the water sign of Cancer. And once you find that area, you'll know the area or where in your life you're going to be reworking and reviewing things. So let's just say, for example, you've got Mars retrograding through your seventh house of committed relationships, business partnerships, marriage, okay? If so, you may be reviewing your actions and the way that you channel your energy in your marriage with your partner. And if you've got planets in that area, this is going to be even more emphasized, okay? If you've got planets anywhere from 29 degrees of Cancer all the way down to 17 degrees of Cancer, you will have Mars retrograde really impacting those planets and their expression. So also, check your child's chart. Where is Cancer located in their natal chart? Let's just say, for example, your child has Cancer in their fifth house of creative expression, what they love to do, their hobbies, okay? If so, they may be rethinking certain things in that area of their life. Maybe they're rethinking whether or not they really want to continue with a particular hobby or a particular pastime, okay? And if they're going through that process, allow them to go through that process and be there to support them as they figure out what really resonates with them and what doesn't resonate so much anymore, okay? Now tomorrow on Wednesday, January 8th, we will have Mercury moving into the Earth sign of Capricorn. So remember, Mercury rules communication and how we think and process information. So Capricorn is an earth sign, grounded in reality and pragmatism, okay? And with Capricorn, there's a psychological need for achievement, for mastery, for excellence, okay? So over the next 2.5 weeks, with Mercury in the earth sign of Capricorn, you may notice that you're thinking in a way that's much more grounded and practical, okay? You might even feel drawn to sit down and write out your goals for this new year and think about what you want to achieve. What do you want to master? What do you want to be excellent in, okay? And so with this sign shift of Mercury, it's not only a good time for you to do that, but it's also a good time if you are a parent of children, for you to sit down with them and help for them to figure out, okay, what are the next few months going to look like for me? What is it that I want to achieve? What do I want to tap into here? So it's really good to help your kids set goals, develop goals. It gives them a compass, and then they have a sense of direction of where they need to go and what they need to do in order to get there. Otherwise, it's really easy for them to wander aimlessly, which we don't really want. Okay, so here's the big news. Saturday, January the 11th, we're going to have the North Node and South Node move out of the signs of Aries and Libra, and they're going to move into the signs of Pisces and Virgo. And this is a really, really big shift, okay? So this will mark an 18-month cycle, which will last all the way until July 26th, 2026. And this change is going to really activate the Pisces-Virgo axis of your chart. So it's critical, absolutely critical, that you know where this is occurring in your chart. And you need to know, do you have any planets or angles in the sign of Pisces or in the sign of Virgo? If so, they will be directly impacted or affected by the transiting nodes. So let me give you a little bit of background information on the North Node and the South Node. The nodes are not physical bodies in the sky the way that the planets are, okay? The nodes represent astronomical calculations that are used to help us to determine the eclipse points, okay? So then when the sun and the moon align with the North Node or the South Node, that's when we have eclipses that occur. And those eclipses can represent major turning points within the collective, okay? So the North Node, you look at the North Node in your natal chart, the North Node represents an area that we are moving into, an area where we need to focus, an area that we need to really develop, okay? That's your North Node in your natal chart. And the South Node is all about an area that we've already mastered. Maybe we've already focused quite a bit on that area in other past lifetimes, or maybe that area represents gifts that we have from our ancestors, or things that our family lineage, people in our lineage have focused on and worked at quite a bit. For example, my South Node is in the sign of Pisces. Pisces is a very spiritual sign, but also creative. And my father was a professional musician. So that gift of creativity through my lineage is something that's there for me. So with the North Node moving into the sign of Pisces, this is an energy shift for the whole world, for the collective. And I want you to remember, Pisces is the spiritual, very, very spiritual water sign that represents transcendence, being at one with the divine, right? Blending with something bigger outside of ourselves. That's Pisces. So for the next 18 months, we as a society, we are moving toward a more compassionate way of living. Not only more compassionate, but more mystical, or more interest in mysticism, more interest in intuition and how to use our intuition, and more interest in how can we create, how can we go within and create something beautiful in the world, okay? And we will be focusing less on the traits of Virgo that are a little bit out of balance, or the shadow side of Virgo. So, the shadow side of Virgo. Well, first let's start with the beautiful, wonderful side of Virgo, because I've got quite a bit of Virgo energy in my chart. And I love people with a lot of Virgo energy because there's this drive for perfection. There's a drive to really do things right and pay very close attention to detail. And there's a deep desire to be of service and to help other people, and this beautiful sense of humility. Now, when we're talking about the shadow side of Virgo, or the part of Virgo that would be out of balance, that's the part that always feels as if it needs to be in control of everything. to control every single detail, or the part that has this absolute unrealistic need for perfection. Okay? So we're going to be focusing a lot less in that area and more on oneness with the divine, oneness with each other, oneness with our fellow humans, all of us in the collective. And as we are leaning into the water of Pisces, this North Node in Pisces, like I said, there's going to be that focus on creativity, mysticism, intuition, intuitive development, maybe even some forms of spiritual healing like Reiki. All of that falls under the umbrella of Pisces. But I also want each of you to be aware of the shadow side of Pisces, okay? So there's the part that's in balance, and then there's also the shadow side. So what's that? Disillusion, feeling disillusioned, being a little bit delusional, having a hard time facing reality or facing facts, right? And wanting to bend the truth around things. That's the shadow side of Pisces. And also, it includes escapism, okay? So, with Pisces, if it's out of balance, there can be escapism through substances, through alcohol, through, shopping too much online. And we really want to watch out if we are parents of children, because our children also sometimes manifest this need to escape reality. And the way that they do it, y'all know how they do it, right? With the iPad or on the computer, watching YouTube videos all day, playing video games, right? And instead of really focusing on other things that need to be done. So as a parent, make sure, if your child loves the iPad, loves the computer, loves YouTube, that's fine when we do these things with a sense of balance and we use them responsibly, okay? But we don't want our child escaping through these devices as a way of avoiding their daily responsibilities. So, place some limits and boundaries around the way that your children use their devices. Have they done their chores? Have you done your chores? Have you done your homework? Have you read a book today? Have you had any physical activity? Have you been outside? Those are things that we want to keep uppermost in mind as we're moving towards the North Node in Pisces. We ourselves as adults don't want to practice any form of escapism, but we really want to be alert and make sure that our children are not tapping out in some way and just watching videos all day on their device. So keep that in mind as we're moving into this time with the North Node in Pisces, which will be January the 11th, all the way through July 26th, 2026. Okay, and so here is my channeled message from you all. I'm also a trans medium, and my guides gave me this message to share with you. It's easy to feel confused right now, but many of you know the information that you need in your souls. You know when someone tells you something that feels right, that feels correct. It resonates throughout your being. But untrue and false information does not reverberate within you the same way that truth does. So we advise you to tune into your inner world when you are trying to figure out what is true and what is not. Many of you have been discouraged from listening to your inner guidance, but that's where all of your answers lie. When you tune within, you cannot be controlled by external forces. Okay? So keep that in mind as you go throughout the week and use all of this wonderful energy at your disposal in a beautiful way. I want you to create a beautiful reality. So now it's time for our caller, and I think we have Erica from Queens, New York. Erica, are you there?
Yes, hi.
Hi, Erica. How are you?
Okay.
Good. Well, Happy New Year. And would you like astrology or tarot today, Erica?
Tarot, please.
Okay. All right. So let's go for tarot, and I'll do a quick spread for you. Did you just want a general spread, or is there anything in particular that you want to focus on?
I'm feeling a little confused as far as career-wise and financially right now.
Okay. Okay. So let's see what we can get for you. Career and financially. Okay. And just one more shuffle. There we go. And I want you to tell me when to stop, Erica. Okay? When to stop shuffling.
Okay. Now.
Okay, great. Let's see what we've got for you. Okay, so I did do a Celtic cross spread for you, and the card that I have that shows the situation that we're looking at, I do have the 8 of Cups. So right now with you, there is this sense of something has not been working out for me the way that I was hoping, and now I'm realizing that it's probably good to turn around and head in the other direction, because this just doesn't feel good to me. This feels draining. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And I know that the conflict card that we have with that, we have the Ace of Cups. So there is this sense of wanting to head in a new direction, right? And there's conflict about, okay, should I go for another opportunity, or should I pursue something else? Does that make sense for you?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I am seeing over the next 2 weeks, but before I go there, I know that your personal power card, we do have the Justice card, okay? So something right now, there's this sense of, I'm not sure if you feel as if you've been treated unfairly in some sense, or there's been action that was taken against you that was illegal somehow. I don't know, but like with the Justice card, there's this feeling of fairness and equality actually being on your side in the situation. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So please know that we've got justice on your side. And as your personal power card, there is the energy of justice that you can tap into and work with here in the situation. It feels like that things could go favorably for you that way. Now, over the next 2 weeks, it does feel as if there are big changes that come up for you. So it's almost like I decide to make changes, or changes are kind of made for me in one area of my life. Over the next 2 weeks, this is the card that comes up. So I know that it feels as if things change in 2 weeks, but then over the next 4 weeks, we do have the Chariot card of forward momentum, acceleration, moving in a positive direction, feeling good about where I'm going. So Erica, it does feel for me, quite honestly, as if, okay, yeah, there's some changes I'm going through, changes that are coming up. Hey, but then once we get through the changes, I'm good. Okay. I get a sense of momentum, and I'm feeling good about where I'm going, because right now something's out of alignment. I don't think that I'm heading in the right direction. Does that make sense for you?
Yeah, it actually very much is reflecting in my relationship. It sounds like it resonates with both situations.
Okay. And the answer card that I've got here, I've got the 4 of Cups. Now with the 4 of Cups, what I really want to tell you over the next few weeks, it's going to be important for you to go within. I'm not sure if you have a meditation practice, some sort of spiritual discipline, but over the next 4 weeks, in order for you not to feel as if, the change is too destabilizing, you're going to need to be centered and grounded All right. And the way that you do that, I really feel would be from a spiritual perspective with meditation or some type of spiritual connection that makes you feel tethered to something solid and secure, even when change is going on all around you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. And the outcome card that we do have, the 9 of Pentacles, very, very nice card as far as finances are concerned. Okay, so the outcome card looks to be financially positive, looks like you're in a state of grace, a state of moving in the direction where you want to go. I just want you to know that whatever's coming up right now and whatever will be happening in the next couple of weeks that will be changing for you, you are going to get through it. And once you get through it, things are going to feel so much better. You will get a sense of momentum, and then you will have a sense of really moving in the direction where you need to go. Does that make sense for you?
Yeah.
Okay, very good, very good. The only other thing that I would add, I want to emphasize again with the Justice card that we've got as the, your personal power card. If anything has happened where you feel that it's been unfair, you've been treated unfairly, I want you to know, and I'm just picking up on this intuitively, you deserve to be treated with so much love, so much respect, fairness, and equality. And anything less than that is not deserving of you. It's not deserving to be in your presence. People, if they are doing those types of things to you, they don't deserve to be in your presence. I just want to remind you of that. You do have that on your side, that feeling. So carry that with you and know that no matter what comes up over the next few weeks, you are going to be good and you're going to come out of this even better than before. Okay, Erica?
Oh, okay. That sounds really great.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for calling in. And, I wish you luck and prosperity and everything for 2025. Okay?
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Erica. And thank you all for joining me today on Stellar Parenting. The stars may guide us, but we alone hold the power to really shape our destiny. And I want each and every one of you to remember that. So keep shining your light bright. Let your inner light lead the way. And I will see you next week. Have a great week.
Psychic Radio Network and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
To A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Well, Happy New Year to wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours. I know I mentioned that last week on the show because it was already New Year's here in Australia, but a lot of people then hadn't actually brought in the New Year. So it's off to a flying start. Yes, there's lots of political stuff going on around the world that we won't ever go anywhere near. Let's just focus on some positive things. Let's sort of look at, a fresh new energy, an opportunity to reboot our lives, to sort of bring in some things that and some positivity that we haven't had for a long, long time. That, we've got COVID in the rear vision mirror now, hopefully, that we can sort of start to focus on our lives and remember the lessons that we learnt then during that very difficult period, but also bring into our lives some positivity, some excitement, starting on new ventures, looking at sort of being much more positive, much more confident this year. And I think it's, it's really important. A lot of us learned about work-life balance. I was one of them that learnt that little lesson during that period of time. And we need to carry that on into 2025. It's not saying that we can't start new projects or we shouldn't, dream big and have some really great ideas. And for those that do New Year's resolutions, that's fantastic. I don't. I sort of tend to try and live my life each and every day to the best of my ability and try and achieve the things that I've set down for myself in personal goals and things like that, and sort of not just focus at the beginning of the year. I tried to focus all the way through the year. So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is the Six of Swords. So it's a really, really interesting card in as much as it's boat or over water travel for some people that might be lucky enough to be going on a cruise or taking a nice boat ride up the river or on the lake or something like that. But for a lot of us, it's more about turning your boat out of troubled waters. Now, I know many of us have been struggling with cost of living and sort of things going out of control, that, we seem to be always focused on money in the last few months or the last couple of years, where things have seemingly gone out of control. Now it might be a time that may be the start of the new year where you can start to sit down and put some plans into action and really start to control your own finances or start to control your own destiny, that you can then too turn your boat out of troubled waters and heading into much, much calmer times. Knowing that you've got the wisdom behind you of everything that's preceded this, that you've now got a clear direction of where you might want to be going, how you want to achieve this, and what is potentially possible. And I use the word potential because I think goals and dreams and things like that are to be moderated or to be adjusted as we go along. Nothing is set in concrete. We need to look at that and say, okay, we have to be flexible with the things that we're trying to change, that we are starting to bring our boat out of troubled waters into much calmer times. So let's be flexible with that and keep adjusting as we go along. It's like, adjusting your clothing after a heavy meal, that, you let it out a little bit to expand. Well, let's do the same thing with our lives and the situations or the opportunities that we're trying to bring in 2025. Let's be flexible. Let's be adjustable with those sort of situations. And for those of you that are fortunate enough to be taking a lovely cruise or going on a boat somewhere or having a dinner cruise or something like that, well, really enjoy your time on the water. I always find the water very, very calming. Some people find it that they don't like being near the water. They're very frightened of that, and it's probably a past life experience more than anything. But for those of you that do enjoy being in the water or going on the water or going on a boat trip or just going out fishing, enjoy your time. It's going to be a very, very big year this year, action-wise, for 2025. So let's all enjoy it. We're moving on to the astrological section. Now, it's interesting because Capricorn is the time of the year that we're in now with New Year's. It's it's the new opportunity. And Capricorn rules things like big business, governments, anything that's official in our lives. And it's a time of the year when quite often we sit down and look at our utility bills and our insurance bills and things like that and think, can I get a better deal? Can I get a better deal on my cell phone service, my electricity, my gas, my whatevers? And that's because the sun is in Capricorn. So it makes us all sort of focus a little bit more on the important issues in our life, like money, and whether or not we're getting the best deals with things. So for the birthday Capricorns, happy birthday. You know, we're nearing the end of the Capricorn time, or we're halfway through. So it's a big time for them because quite often they get sort of lost in the wash, you know, of Christmas and sort of it's after Christmas, oh, it's your birthday. You know, well, birthdays are important no matter what time of the year they are. For me, mine's just prior to Christmas, so I know that feeling too. People will say, oh, well, you know, just we'll get you one present for birthday and Christmas combined, particularly when I was a child. And that used to annoy me because I used to think, you know, I've still got so many days before Christmas. My birthday is special. And I can sympathise with the Capricorns feeling the same way. Nobody's got any money after Christmas. Oh, well, we'll just get you a little something. We'll make it up to you next year. And next year never comes. But for Capricorns, it's a really special and important time. Celebrate yourself. Buy yourself a little gift, even if it's only a small gift. Buy yourself a little gift and sort of say, I really deserve this. We have Mercury, the planet of communication, is in the final stages of being in Sagittarius. Now, I know I've been speaking about Mercury here in the last few shows and telling people to be very aware of what they might be saying, particularly as there was family gatherings and gatherings with friends and things like that over the Christmas period. And sometimes people get a little bit hot under the collar or think it's the perfect time of the year to bring up the grievances they have. Well, we're still in that sort of energy. I'm going to suggest to you to sort of, you know, I'm not saying don't speak your mind. I'm saying make sure that it's articulate. Make sure you've thought it out. Don't just blurt something out because it feels okay to do so. Make sure that your communication is clear, it's concise. You're not being derogative to somebody else, that if you've got a point to make and it might not be pleasant, then find a way of doing it in the best possible way. Look, you know, I truly understand how you feel, but, you know, this is how I see it from my perspective. And I think sometimes if we do it that way, I think then we also sort of feel as if, you know, we're not being sort of quite as bossy with that other person. And the other person is more receptive to listen because you've already said, I fully understand from your point of view, but, you know, can you look at it from my point of view? You've started on a much better footing. So that would be my suggestion over the next week. You've got to have a serious conversation. Find a nice way of opening the conversation up without going in there all guns a-blazing and just sort of speaking your truth, which is what you'll want to do because Mercury's in Sag, and Sag is known for just being very blunt and very truthful and, oh, well, I said now, too bad, you know, I've said it. Well, you know, sometimes we've got to learn to be a little bit more diplomatic. Now, at the moment, we still have, you know, quite a lot of emphasis on different things that are sort of happening. Jupiter is still going retrograde at the moment in Gemini, will be for a little bit longer yet. But we have what's known as the part of fortune, which is an Arabian part. Now, this doesn't mean this is where we're going to get our fortune or we're going to find the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. It's just showing us that the Arabian part is saying that if we are careful and if we plan things and if we really listen and we really look and we plan and we can capture a very magical sort of energy at the moment where things can sort of seemingly go more right our way because we've done the hard work, not because somebody says, oh, it's the part of fortune, you know, go buy a lottery ticket. I don't mean that. I mean that, you know, with careful planning, careful decisive planning and sort of looking at the whole picture and then sort of applying that to Jupiter in Gemini, you can actually sort of start to see that things could sort of come together really, really well. It's sort of like laying the good foundation stones down for the future, that, you know, you're showing a prospective employer if you want a pay rise, that you're really diligent, you're prepared to put in the hard yards, you are consistent, you're reliable, you're always there, you know, you've always got a smile on your face, all those sort of things that go towards getting a promotion. It's not just whether or not you can do the job, it's the overall package. So with the part of fortune here, conjunct Gemini, it's going to be affecting the air signs, which is Gemini, Libra and Aquarius, but also the opposite sign of Sagittarius. Now, we've got this sort of happening sort of roughly till the end of the month. So, you know, like keep moving along with, you know, with Jupiter being retrograde there, he'll then turn direct and then things will start to move forward. So just be patient, but make sure you put your best smiley face on when you're dealing with people. And, you know, and it does come across on the phone. If you've got a smile on your face when you're talking to someone on the phone or drafting an email, it does come through. The energy does come through. We have Neptune, the planet of illusion and delusion, sitting in Pisces, been there for quite some time now. But I like to look at Neptune as being more of a creative energy of, those that are in a creative industry, whether they design websites or write songs or paint pictures or just, creatively in the kitchen baking. It can be a time where you get some great downloads of information or ways to do things or insights into things that maybe you haven't had before, and it's all of a sudden, let's capture that creative energy. It seems to be very intense at the moment. Yes, it is affecting the water signs more than anything, and particularly Pisces, Cancer and Scorpio, but the opposite sign of Virgo as well. And Virgo's not really known for its creativity. Virgo's known more for its sort of very practical, logical, down-to-earth way of looking at things. But they do have a hint of creativity there sometimes too, Virgos. They might surprise you a little bit in that way, or shock you even, that they can be creative and they can be sort of very soft and mushy and very pliable, instead of sort of seeming like they're always sort of thinking. So it's interesting the way that how the planets dance around the zodiac, that they influence the different signs at different times. We still have Uranus in Taurus. That will be there till the end of retrograde, until the end of the month. It's still sort of stirring things up a lot, I think, for Taurians. They think they get themselves on a path that, this is where I'm going and this is what's going to be happening. And then all of a sudden something comes along and makes them do a left-hand turn or strikes something out of nowhere, and they sort of think, oh my heavens, I'm back to the beginning again. But this is because Uranus is trying to shake everything up so that when it starts to go direct again, that it can have a clear run. It's like removing the boulders out of your pathway that you've got to walk on. Yes, we can walk around them. Yes, we could go over the top of them. Well, let's move them out of the road once and for all. So when we walk down that path again, a second, a third and a 10th time, we don't have to make those adjustments and go round the boulder or over the top of the boulder. We can have a clear run. And that's what Uranus's role here is doing. He's trying to remove the boulders out of your life and the restrictions and the obstacles that have been there, so that we can start to get a clear run and we can start to get some of the magic of Uranus in a very, very positive way. So we have Mars, and Uranus will be, I better go back and say, it will be affecting the earth signs, which is Taurus, Virgo and Capricorn, and the opposite sign of Scorpio as well. So it's going to be sort of affecting things there that they really need to be sort of aware of for the moment, and sort of allowing sort of adjustments in their life, because remember, Uranus is trying to remove the boulders out of your life so your life can become a lot easier. We're going to wrap up the astrology section shortly, but I want to talk about Mars sitting in Cancer at the moment. Now, Mars is also retrograde, sitting in Cancer till the end of February. Mars is the planet of action. It's the planet of drive. It gets us out of bed of a morning. When it's sitting in Cancer, it doesn't feel real comfortable, because the Cancerian energy sort of says, I want to slow down, I want to think about things, I want it to feel right. It's got to feel comfortable with me. It's got to sit comfortably in my tummy before I'll take that step. And Mars is saying, come on, let's get going. We haven't got much time. We've got to get things moving. We've got to go, and it's sort of almost like they're at opposite ends. So there'll be days there where a Cancer will feel very motivated, very clear, know exactly what they're doing. And then, the next day they might wake up and think, why do you think like that? And I really need to slow things down. So just go with the energy if you're a Cancer. Don't try and sort of make everything right in one day. Go with what the energy is today, and then tomorrow's a brand new day. So yes, it is affecting the water signs, Cancer, Scorpio and Pisces, and it's also affecting the opposite sign of Capricorn. So if you are a Capricorn, you may be finding that the land is shifting from 1 minute to the next for you, probably a little bit more so because it's an opposition as well. So it's sort of like we think we get something sorted out, and then bingo, something else comes along and we're almost back at the starting point, or restart things and really sort of start to things up again. But be aware, we will start to clear, and by the time we head towards the end of February, things will feel a lot easier for you Capricorns, that's for sure. So we've got Venus conjunct or holding hand Saturn. Now, this is what's known as a very wide aspect. Now, what it means is Venus, the planet of love and affection, is starting to hold hands with Saturn, which is the planet of discipline, structure, and important things in our lives in Pisces. So this is for anybody. It doesn't matter what your star sign is, that you're looking for love, you're looking to bring new love into your life. What it's indicating to you at the moment is we have to have the soft, subtle, gentle approach, that we have to look at the things that Pisces rules, which is music, mental health, looking at things that in a softer, more gentle, more creative sort of way. So if you're looking for love, it's not the day to go down to the shooting range unless you find that creative. You know, let's go to concerts, let's go to things in the park, let's go to the theatre, to the movies, to a Broadway show, whatever it might be, something that's very creative. But also look for something that might have a hidden meaning, a structure to the show. Is there a definite message that they're trying to send across in this show? And that's sort of more likely where you're going to meet possibly potentially a new love interest. Now, when I say it's wide, in astrology, we look for sort of fairly close connections. 5 to 7 degrees is sort of roughly the average. Once we get past 7, we start to say it's getting wide, and we allow that to go up to about 9 or 10 degrees. Well, there's 10 degrees between these two at the moment. It will close the gap over the next few weeks, so it's going to become more intense. I just thought I'd give you a little sneak preview of that so you could get ready if you were searching for love in the new year. It's giving you a starting point. Now, we're going to talk with Vladimir in Brooklyn in New York. Are you there? Are you there, sweetie?
Yes, hi. I'm here. Yes, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you, sweetie. How can I help you? Do you have a question I can answer for you?
Yes. Just wondering what's coming up with the career for me. See what you pick up for me, please.
Okay. All right. And that's a really good start to the year, looking at your career and where, things are going to flow for the year. The first thing that they're showing me from the other side, which is where I get the information from, is they're showing me it's not quite the right time to be making a final decision on your career yet. They're asking you to sort of sit tight just for a little bit longer, just let things flow in and out before you start to see the patterns start to form or the formulation sort of coming. The current job that you're in, I'm not sure that it's completely the right job for you, but I don't feel it's the right time to make a jump either at the moment and look for something else. I want you to sort of look around, see what's going on in the job market. I want you to also look at very carefully, is there any other skills or things that you need to upgrade that could give you put you in a better position, that if and when you did decide to sort of maybe change jobs, that you've got everything up to the minute. You've got the latest skill set under your belt. Like with technology moving so fast, I think it's probably hard for some of us to keep up with it. But I'm going to suggest to you that you need to make sure that your skills are up to the minute. I'm actually sort of seeing a big change or a big decision coming in around March or April. And it's like by then you'll know clearly whether you want to stay where you are or whether it's time to move on. Not showing me that one is any better than the other, and I don't mean to sound vague. That's what they're showing me from the other side, is that a decision has been made yet. So it's still really flexible, fairly pliable. And so they don't want to necessarily influence us, but they say, oh, yes, well, you should change your job because of X, Y, Z. And we think, oh, well, I've been given that information, that's what I should do. They're wanting you to be in the driver's seat. They're wanting you to be able to make sure that this is the right thing for you. I'm going to say to you, from my personal feeling, from what I'm sort of being given from the other side, and I've tried to go into your soul quickly, I don't know that you're necessarily going to change your job, but I think there will be changes to the structure of the current job without actually calling it a promotion. It's like the company that you're working for is going through some, I don't know how to put it, adjustments, I suppose is the best way. And with that, there will be some adjustments to duties and things that people do for the company, which will put them in a much stronger position company-wise. But I think it will also lead to further in the year, if you stay in this current role and you roll with the punches and the changes that are coming up, even if you don't agree with them or you don't like the new tasks or whatever, and they've taken a favourite part of your job away, roll with it. Because what I'm seeing, if you were to stay there, from about August or September, you would then be in line for what I would term as a fairly decent sort of promotion with a good, hit with money as well, to bring your pay packet up to a nice degree. And you would be back into a point where the new role would be better suited to you and your skills. So I think it's, for the moment, let's just be flexible and roll with the punches and just go hour by hour and not necessarily make a decision until it really feels really strong. So I hope that's helped you.
Yes, thank you.
You're very, very welcome. We're going to talk with Stacey now in Long Island in New York. Are you there, Stacey?
Hello.
Hi, Stacey. How can I help you, sweetie? You have a question for me?
Yeah, I guess I do. I kind of want to know if, I don't know, I kind of need some direction in life, and I want to know if my relationship is worth fighting for, or if I should just kind of look towards a different way, and if so, what direction should I go?
Okay. I don't want you to give me your person of interest first name, but if you can share with me their first letter, that's really helpful to me.
Share with you their what?
Their first letter of their first name. Yes.
J.
J, great, thank you. Just so I can tune into them so that I'm just not, randomly sort of tuning into anybody. Okay, first thing that they're showing me from the other side, which is where I get my information, the higher power, is showing me that there's a number of endings, changes and transformations coming up around you, Stacey. Stacey, you've lost your ability to think on your feet. I want to get back to that where I can snap my fingers and I can think on my feet. For some reason, that's sort of waned over the last 12 to 18 months, almost come to a standstill. So I want you to get back to that. It's interesting, when I ask them about the relationship, they keep saying to me, well, how long's the piece of string? How long's your patience? So I think that's the answer there. Is your patience run out yet?
Yeah, just about. I mean, my patience is run out, but I mean, I've stood in here having faith that, there's a lot of things that this person needs to change within themselves, and I can't do that for them. I try to guide them, and they always ask me for that help, but they need to do that. So my patience has run thin, but it's like, is this person going to make that change?
That's a really tough question because, as you know, they've got to be the one to do it. You can show them, you can guide them, you can give them all the information under the sun, but they've got to be the one to take that step. And what I'm picking up with Jay is that they're very hesitant to do so. It's almost like I get there and I freeze, and it's like, it's almost like somebody standing on the edge of a swimming pool. They're going to dive in, but they stand there and freeze. Do we push them in, or do we wait for them to take that leap of faith themselves? And I don't think by pushing somebody ever really achieves anything. You've done everything correct. All as you can do now, I think, Stacey, is take the focus back to you. Rather than be so focused on whether Jay's going to change or implement the changes that you've suggested and do something for themselves, is take the focus away from them and take it back to you, where you can control what's going on in your life. And getting yourself back to that snap of the fingers, being decisive, making decisions and sticking to it and doing it quickly. And I think by doing that, what you're going to do is lead by example. It's like, okay, I said I'm going to go and buy a new car tomorrow. So you get up and you do it. You know what I mean? You don't sit there and procrastinate and think about it for a month, 3 months, 6 months, and then say, oh, gee, the old car's broken down. I should have bought that new car. You know what I mean? You've led by example, and that's what I think you have to do here. I'm not totally convinced this relationship should go tattars yet. I think we still need to give it a little bit more time. I'm not going to say a huge amount of time. I don't think it would be unreasonable by you switching back to you and putting the focus on you and getting back to that snap of the fingers and being decisive with your own decisions and choices, that, if we gave this other person, say, another 3 or 4 months, 4 months maybe maximum, that if they haven't shown you in that time that they've been prepared to get up off the couch and put something into action or attempt to put something into action, then you know what decision you need to make. But let's not just make that the major focus in your life at the moment. Let's bring the focus back to you, Stacey, because that's what I think needs to happen. You've got opportunities that are going to come up that you're going to have to make very snap decisions. And part of that will be connected with work. And I'm not saying the job you're in is not good. I'm saying the job itself seems to be evolving and changing. And there may be potentially another role that's going to come up that's not necessarily a promotion, but you're given the opportunity. Do you want it or not? And it's like you've got 5 minutes to make up your mind before they offer it to someone else. So you won't have time to sort of go home, think about it and worry about what Jay's doing. You've got to be yes or no. We've got to get that decisiveness back in you. You lost that. It's sort of like it's been asleep. We need to get that back again. That's your own intuition or your own psychic ability that we need to sort of ramp up again. Does that make sense to you, Stacey?
100%.
Wonderful. Yeah, and it's just, look, Jay's a lovely person, don't get me wrong, but, you can't always drag someone else up and keep trying to drag them up to your level. If they can't show you after you've given them so much insight that they're prepared to take those steps, well, then you've got no other option to eventually but to cut them loose. I'm still erring on the side of caution. I still think there's real potential there, and I do think Jay can get up off the couch and really start to show us what they're capable of. Let's go for the positive route. Okay, and then if it doesn't work out, then you know what to do.
Okay.
Yeah, but, it's a year of action for you, and I don't want to see you miss the action that's coming your way because you're so focused on what Jay needs or doesn't need or hasn't done or hasn't started. The focus has got to come back to you, Stacey. And that's not being selfish. That's looking after you. If you don't look after you, you can't help anyone else.
Yeah, I've been telling myself that the past few days. I mean, yeah, he's always wanting me to help him, and it's like I don't feel the appreciation, and I'm always hearing what I'm not doing right, and it's like I have no one to support me like I support him, so it's like I'm to the point where I know I have to do for me.
Yeah, you have to support yourself, and it's hard sometimes to get up and sort of, say that, okay, when you've always been a giver, Stacey, like you always have been, it's hard to turn around and give to yourself because we sort of tend to think, oh, that's being selfish. It's not being selfish. If there's nothing left in your reserve tank, then how can you help Jay? You can't. Yep. So we've got to fill your reserve tank up and your fuel tank up and every other tank up so that you can fill yourself up. And then if there's anything left over, then we can help him. But, you're not helping him by helping him. You know what I mean? He's got to get up off that couch and do it himself. That's the only way he's going to learn. It's the only way he's going to achieve anything. You doing it for him is a quiet victory.
Yeah. I told him that yesterday. We had a big discussion. He said he's had enough of this and that. And I said, look, you're like leading the horse to water. I can only help you if you're willing to help yourself. I've done all I can do. It's up to you now to let your ego go and, let every pride and whatever and realize and look at yourself in the mirror and realize that you have to make the change. I can't do it for you. So, yeah.
No, you can't. Yeah, so you're on the right path. You didn't really need me, sweetie, to help you. Happy New Year, and it's been lovely to talk to you. That was Stacey in Long Island in New York, and a lot of people are facing that same sort of situation with partners around the world, and I won't go into any more about that. I want to wrap the show up this week. I mean, we're still in the New Year's party time festivities, and it's a big deal here in Australia, as it is in many, many places around the world. And here in Australia, I live in what's known as Party Central on the Gold Coast, and it's absolutely fantastic. But let me assure you, we could not compete with what Sydney did this year for New Year's Eve. They had a headline act from England that was really absolutely fantastic, sensational, really enjoyed the show. I didn't stay up and watch it because I was going to be on air early the next morning, but I did watch it later on. It was absolutely fantastic. And I've never been a big fan of this person's music. I'm going to say I know who he was and, I've listened to a couple of songs and yes, they're great. But I really saw the man in action and why people rave about him. And I'm talking about the one and only Robbie Williams, and he has an amazing new movie out called A Better Man. I want to leave you with what I think is one of his more popular songs, and it's really perfect for this time of the year as we bring in the new year and we all start to get excited and happy about things. Let me entertain you with Robbie Williams, and all the way from the Gold Coast, have a happy and wonderful new year, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Bye for now. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light transmitter. Tarot is used for